prior, 4 kills, biding his time, waiting it out. That pit's still up, finally removing him, but the trade intact. Oh, but no time.
They don't have time on it.
That is ridiculous. Face so damn difficult to chew through here. Alim just trying to light them up. The fast line gets them all the way in, down to that heaven angle. Bow! Activating. 2v1 now for them. Nerve. He's got so much to do in a spot like this. He's just being toyed with at this point. Bao knows he can play his life. The time pressure already ticking and mounting. The round is won, even if he didn't get a kill. Alan primed here. Got that slide ready and waiting. My God, just locked onto the Ang. Bao immediately finished off.
Alan is playing a game today.
Still, Superman, he's just going to be caught out to the open there. EU just finds some cracks in the defense.
How much of the map Fury have
You're
taken?
going to be thinking to clear this area? I don't think so, and neither is Com. Can't blame him, biding his time.
Oh, you're so greedy.
Pure patience, yeah, it is a bit greedy. Looks like a player there, though, and Digigene's just trying to speed things up, knowing that the team split up on the map as Furia, but they find themselves in a winning position now.
Spike planted.
So it could have been a big mistake leaving the spike back there, but okay.
especially today, as we know. So I wasn't a part of the game plan, so Platoon wasn't instead of me on the coaching booth. Now, from the last game, from Team Secret one, I'm always in the coaching booth, so I'm back again. I mean, honestly, nothing crazy. Like, even for this week, it's always the same experience. We're just going map by map, preparing for the game, doing our stuff, doing antis, and that's it.
Yeah, I actually was curious about that because we had Platoon in the first game. How do you decide like who shoulders most of the prep or where it goes towards? How do you decide who tanks what?
Basically, it's just randomly sometimes, like some of the coaches says that, oh, they want to take this map, they want to take this map, and that's it. We separate it by maps sometimes. Most of the time, my stuff comes from the game, because like from the old coaches, I'm the most experienced one from the player side of things. So I know the micro stuff, like how to play specific angles, or the utils wise, always a lineup guy. So if it comes to these things, obviously I'm taking the care of it. If you see some tricks from the players or lineups, most likely it came from me. If you see some more deep strategic things, it's maybe came from Frost or Platoon or Javi himself as IGL.
I
So
see.
that's the thing.
That's very interesting. Well, at least we'll be watching, I guess, Crystal closely and seeing. That's Vlad thought of that. Going back to you, Glow. Curious as well because Termi mentioned that the team right now they're a lot hungrier to win. I think you mentioned that in the previous conference. In what ways are you seeing that come out in the team?
네, 터미 감독님이 이전 기자회견에서 이번 연도의 KRX는 조금 더 목말랐다, 좀 더 갈망이 크다, 더 욕심이 있다라고 이야기를 해주셨는데 좀 글로우 코치님이 보시기에 그렇게 선수들이 더 잘 해나가고 싶다는 그런 갈망이 있다는 게 느껴지시나요?
아무래도 지금 저희 팀을 제외하고 나머지 팀들이 이제 국제 대회에 나가서 우승을 했기 때문에 오히려 그걸 보고 자극을 받았는지. 우리 팀도 해낼 수 있다고 좀 생각하고 더 으쌰으쌰하고 더 열심히 하는 것 같습니다.
I think it has to come to the fact that all the other Korean teams have gotten a trophy except us, so I think that's actually motivating for the players. Now it's our turn to go and get that for ourselves.
I mean, that's a good kind of peer pressure, isn't it? It's like, okay, everybody has one, now I have to get one too. Vladkar, I know you can't say much. I know you can't say much, but it seems like we haven't seen much from GE yet. You actually have been lucky to kind of no. I mean that in a way that you've kept your cards close to your chest, in a good way, okay? In a good way. You've kept your cards close to your chest, and I think that's quite lucky for the team. I feel like if there's any time to bring out a surprise or an ace, it might be today.
Who knows? Who knows? Honestly, I think this match doesn't require us to pull out all the cards. I may be honest. I think, and we are all think the same ways that we are supposed to win with all the stuff that we usually do. It shouldn't be something insane that we have to pull out here. I honestly think the same thing that DRX think about us as well. Like, they probably think the same. That it's not the match that they have to like treat as a grand final or whatever. Like, it's just a normal match in the group stage for us. That's it. We don't think about enemies that often. I would say that yeah, we probably didn't show that much on Team Secret game or Genji, but I guess it's not the type of the game that we would like to spend everything that we have in the pocket, because obviously we're already 2-0 in the group.
Yes.
One game left for us to actually qualify to playoffs. Why would we? Right?
Yes.
But we have something prepared.
I'm pretty sure. And just before we let you go, I just want to do a vibe check. This is, of course, I want to know what's going on in the how's everybody on the team, like the coaches, the players, the coaches. How are we feeling for today's match?
오늘 경기 전에 이제 좀 감코진 분위기는 어떤지 한마디 여쭤봐도 될까요?
저희는 모르겠어요. 저 그냥 원래 하던 대로 하고 있어가지고 그냥 경기에 집중하고 있지 뭐 그런 외부적인 요인에 뭐 그렇게 신경 안 쓰고 있고 뭐 이기는 팀은 오늘 웃으면서 갈 거고 지는 팀은 좀 우울하게 가지 않을까요? 그냥 이기는 것만 생각할 것 같습니다.
Do I have to do this?
No. I said I don't know. I mean, like we're just focused on playing our matches today, and we're not really reading too much into it. But all we know is that the winner of this match will go home smiling, and the other side not so happy.
That is how Valorant goes. Yes, Vladkar.
Well, I wouldn't agree with the one that all people treated the same way, because we weren't the ones who asked for skirmish.
Oh.
That was the other side asked for coach and coach skirmish. So and it was knife on knife, which is actually a good detail about it. I'm asking about the skirmish coach's knife only.
Okay.
I won't say much about
Okay.
it, just so people know.
Okay, something to discuss a little later. Thank you for that bit, Vladkor. Yes, little teasers for what we have planned for today or what didn't go through. Thank you very much for your time and for your wonderful answers as well. Kamsahamnida, Vladkor, thank you very much. And yeah, we'll send you off. Thank you guys so much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bella,
Bye-bye.
as well. Well, we got a little teaser of what is to come for today, but I think regardless, it is going to be a very, very exciting matchup as everybody has been tweeting. I hope that you guys have some popcorn for today because this is the matchup I believe a lot of people have been waiting for, and also it is such a high stakes matchup. We're gonna bring back the usual faces on the desk. We have Big Time and Pilsky back.
That's the first time you haven't said downgrade in
Yeah.
like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't want to overshadow, like, I wanted to bring the energy up because we have such an exciting match today. I didn't want to
Yeah.
bring it down with, like, downplaying you guys.
I respect that. You're right. It's a huge day today. We have a clash at the top of Group Alpha, Global Esports against Kiwoom DRX. This is going to be a banger. And then later on, we have that matchup towards the bottom of Group Omega. But it's just as important. Playoffs is getting on the line. We're in the crunch time now.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese teams have not been too successful in terms of getting dubs on the board, but the good news for the Japanese fans is someone's got to win. There will
One
be
of them
two
will
winless
win
teams,
today.
but one of the Japanese teams will win, and we'll get to find out who will do that later on today after the first mouth-watering fixture that we'll have to feast our eyes on.
That is exactly right. And the way we're talking about these matches, it feels like it's going to be a grand finals, but not quite yet. In fact, our finals is going to be in Ho Chi Minh City. So get your tickets now. We're all very excited to come over to Vietnam. I'm excited to go back. It's going to be my third time in Vietnam.
Okay.
So I am so excited to go back.
Mr.
Get
Worldwide, Mika Fabs.
all of the Vietnamese coffee. I have to share, one time I had too much Vietnamese coffee and I had a flight. And I was like, oh, is the plane shaking or am I shaking the plane? That's the effect of all the coffee we're
Yeah.
gonna have.
That'll do it.
For sure. So you guys better hurry because these are selling out quite fast. So get going. You know how limited those are. Anyway, over to the big game for today. It's Build Diff.
Oh, it was a hard day to predict on Build Diff today. Honestly, there's
it
a lot of
was.
different directions that you could have taken it. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to anybody that actually feels confident in their team today.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you'd be
it's tricky.
surprised how big of a discussion this is amongst us right now. Everybody is locked in.
I
We
know.
all wanna
We don't
win.
even say hello anymore. We say what?
What's the team?
What's your roster? What's your roster?
It's just because we're
It's
such
like-
passionate gamers.
Exactly. We're passionate gamers. And the winner of this, of course, will take home a Predator Helios Neo C16, which is a laptop especially crafted for passionate gamers, as a coincidence. So let's bring out your rosters. Let's start with you, Morgan.
Yeah. Let's get going. I've been doing okay for the most part in Build Diff. I had
Second
a little
place.
bit, I had a little bit of a whiff yesterday,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But if we bring up my team here for today, I'm not feeling great. But I don't think anyone is. I had to get Hyunmin in there. He picked up that Phoenix before. I think he's looking amazing. Kaide, a little bit tougher. It's getting transitional. He's, caught between those roles, but we'll see. Autumn actually is getting the most consistent kills on that Global Esports side, so I wanted in my team today. Shota did me very well last week. Had to go back there. I put May in there on the flex. I can't skip May. It's a May day. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
If May is playing, he will be in my team somehow. Love the guy, and he's going to go crazy. Japan versus Japan.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. I've been doing a deep dive on some of those stats. Take a look at my team today. I hate my team today. They as duelists, but his stats are actually not looking so great this season specifically. We'll dive into that a little bit more later. Patman had an off week last week, or maybe just an average week last week, but honestly has been a big performer for Global Esports. I assume he's going to do well. Sugar Zero usually does well in these Japanese domestic matchups, so despite the fact that he literally just let me down in the last game, I picked him again, and I'm hoping for the best. And I'm going to trust in Yong. I think Yong is going to do well. I think if you could do it against Nongshim, you could do it against anybody, and Akame will round out my team. Even though he's on the E-Nit, this guy's just so consistent. He gets his no matter what, so I'm hoping that he's going to have a great performance against ZETA today.
That's tough. We've got in very different directions. I mean, chat, let us know who you think has the better team, to be honest. I'm quite curious because everybody's so wildly far apart.
Everybody's teams are actually very, very different. If we bring up everybody's rosters right here,
Absol.
it's so
Absol Hyunmin. Okay, that's crazy. What have you
No,
got?
What
but
does she know?
big
Hey,
strategy is
Autumn.
quite nice. It's like, you put the duelists on the flex because they're gonna frag out anyway.
Absol surprisingly has pretty good numbers so far. So I kind of respect the move. Few of you going with Young, trying to go back to the rookie.
A lot of people have picked Akame today. I'm actually quite surprised about that.
I'm surprised.
And we've had a lot of people just changing their roster. This might be some of the most diverse rosters that we've seen.
Only me and you don't have
Yeah.
Akame.
That's true. That's true. Anyway, but again, it was pretty tricky to round out the roster today because there were a lot of good players, and because there is an emotional level to this as well. Like for example,
every game.
yesterday, I went with Envy and I knew that he was going to do well because it was up against Team Secret. So sometimes it's like that plays a factor as well when you really want to show a team up. And because for Build Diff we need to predict like the top fraggers in each role, that does come into play. So we're getting into the meta of Build Diff, guys. We're getting into the meta.
Layers to this.
Anyway, today's matches, as you can see up on your screens, you have KRX taking on GE, and then you have ZETA taking on DFM. Very, very spicy matchup.
Crazy
and
day.
Little teasers from the earlier assistant coach interview saying that okay, we're just gonna approach this as a normal match for today, but then they would wiggle their eyebrows. So we all know what's going on. Let's check out though how the players are doing. I believe Bella has caught up with Hyunmin and Mako, so let's see how that went down.
Hello guys, I'm here to talk with KRX and to see what they're up to before the games. And I found Mako like this, so maybe we should wake him.
Stop.
What? Why?
He's meditating.
He's meditating? Okay, well, good to see you, Hyunmin. Let's talk to you before we start. People are saying that you're basically the Korea representative of the duelist. You're the best duelist in Korea. What enables you to get better each time? There's no ceiling for you.
Luck.
Luck? Wow, you're just a lucky guy. Okay, well, I guess people can't do what you do then. Luck's in your favor. And I really wanted to talk to Mako, so maybe... Oh, he's awake. Hi, Mako. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Well, we see a lot of you smiling on stage, but back in 2023, we thought of you as the poker face. You showed no emotion, whether it was a win or a loss. What was the motive behind that change?
게임에도 메타가 있듯이 시대에도 메타가 있기 때문에 따라가야 됩니다.
There's meta change, games evolve over time, so I also have to evolve as a player. So, well, thank you, Mako. This is Mako 2.0? Mako 2.0인가요?
모르겠어요.
Well, that's to be determined. All right, best of luck to Hyunmin and Mako. Thanks for joining me.
All right, so we have this exciting matchup for today. We have the matchup that Twitter has been waiting for many, many reasons. And we can see that KRX Termi is smiling. That's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a good mood. He's in a good mood. He's backing his boys today. He's feeling good. Even if you take the storylines aside, this is a massively important game for both of these teams to move to 3-0 and all but confirm a playoff spot. It doesn't officially lock them in, but for both of these teams, it will get them incredibly close. Kiwoom DRX have been making changes. They're always adapting and trying to bring in these new people. It's kind of like a revolving door there. Young is the newest addition, but it seems to be working well. 2-0 so far.
Yeah, Termi wasn't just backing his boys. He's opened Twitter for the
second time.
The second time
in his
ever.
life.
And he said, I wanted to skirmish, but didn't end up coming together. So he's feeling confident in his own individual form. And how would you not feel confident in Young after, look, not the best debut against Team Secret. He wasn't a liability, but against Nongshim, particularly that third map, Young went crazy on the chamber. So I'm hoping that we're going to get to see a little bit more of that from Young. He dropped 60 against the current reigning Masters champion. So I think if you can do it against Nongshim, you can do it against anybody in this league.
Yeah, he showed enormous potential. I think we see that with a lot of rookies. The question will always be consistency. One good week is possible, but how can you get 2 or 3 together? How does this this look for this DRX team? And we have to ask the question, if Young continues this form, how far can this Kiwoom DRX roster really go?
Exactly. And with that, actually, I turned my attention to the veterans on that squad to see how they can mentor him. And of course, we have GE on this side. Frost looking a little bit more serious than his counterpart in KRX, but I can tell that this match means so much to him.
Oh, of course, they definitely want to get the win over KRX. It's been a matchup between the coaches that has been pretty one-sided, and between the organizations has also been pretty one-sided, both in the favor of KRX. So they want to change that narrative today. They're a very different looking team than they have been in the past against KRX. This is maybe the most dangerous edition that we've seen of global esports. They take down a Genji that was kind of playing a little bit underwhelming in week one. I think Genji has since recovered their form, and Team Secret, who I don't think played particularly well on Split. Maybe it worked a little bit more. They're a bit inconsistent as well. So I haven't really felt like GE has been tested just yet. And I think as you look at the matchups that are ahead of them, not just this KRX matchup, but PRX and Nongshim to round out the rest of this group, we're going to get a true test of just how good GE is after some easier games to start out the group. Yes, they blast with flying colors, but when things get tougher, when they get tested a little bit more, just how good is this roster?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The games get harder. Can they step up in this tough moment?
Absolutely. Speaking of stepping up, one person who has always stepped up, actually when it comes to facing off against any Korean team, is ZETA.
Yeah, he's quite clearly saying to them, hey guys, why didn't you pick me up? Why didn't you take me? I've been playing for long enough.
This is his tryout, you know?
So he goes to the enemy. He joins the dark side, goes to global esports, and turns up in the moments when, you know, he has this opportunity to show his potential. These are his numbers against KRX last time he played against them. He put on a masterclass, pure clinic from this man.
Yeah, now he's on that primary duelist role, so he needs to be very consistent for GE. So far he's been putting up the numbers, but now, as mentioned before, there's going to be harder teams to play against, and in that duelist role, you need to be that consistent source of firepower. Yes, he's got a lot of help from the rest of the team, but as mentioned before, this head-to-head between KRX and GE in Pacific is not particularly favorable, and I think part of that is Big Time's fault, let's be honest.
Yeah, don't remind me. Don't remind me. I was unfortunately there for like half of these games. Didn't go my way. Hey, the 2023 one is the one that gets me the most. We should have won that one. But we didn't make it happen. So global esports trying to do what has never been done and upset a Goliath of an organization in Kiwoom DRX.
Well, the good news is they now have twice as many coaches as back then. They're assembling an army of coaches.
And I don't know if you guys were able to hear, but when Vladkor was talking about how the coaches actually, play out the roles, it is very interesting how they're able to deal everything out map by map and mechanics as well. But of course, how can we not talk about the head coaches in this scenario?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a head-to-head that doesn't seem to favor Frost, although I think that DRX, KRX has been a very, very consistent force inside of Pacific. They've got a lot of deep placings, and Frost has often been coaching a team that has been greater than the sum of its parts, whether it be the Talon team, playing with a half Korean, half Thai side, and then putting together a Talon team that was very good towards the end of last year with the full Thai side. I think that now he's been able to kind of put a GE team together. I'm hoping that it's going to be a little bit better for him today. And this, of course, this incident does need to be highlighted. I think this is why this game is so hotly anticipated, is we just continue to see the beef. I'm wondering if it does get squashed today. We're not going to get to see a skirmish to settle things like men, unfortunately, but what happens when they walk out on the stage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys, you need to tune in for this match. Usually this is on pay-per-view, but we're having it now in front of your eyes.
Yeah, and I think this was important because we're seeing Talon here, previously coached by Frost, miss out on chance, which led directly to DRX going to a chance that they placed top 3 in. You couldn't have had a more poetic storyline at the end of last year.
Yeah, I mean, it was an all-time hate watch for DRX fans. They stepped up in the moment where it matters. But, I mean, these two guys do have a real and genuine rivalry, and their fates are always intertwined, as it says down there. Now it's a head-to-head once again for who's going to take control of Group Alpha. Everything truly on the line for these teams today.
It's almost as if it was scripted. Almost. Almost.
Well done, Ryan.
Almost.
You played a
But,
blinder. Thank you,
yes.
Jake Shin.
This is why Pacific has the best storyline here. But no, actually, if it was scripted, I feel like the skirmish would go very differently. But as we heard from Vladcore, skirmish challenge was indeed positioned. I believe it was a knife duel that was suggested, and it was turned down.
That's look, with Masters London coming up, I think that is
Maybe not wise.
you know, yeah.
Maybe we put that aside.
Yeah,
Fair
instead we've got Freeing versus Crystal coming in trying to get their veto advantage for their teams today. Crystal bringing out the operator when he's down 0-1 here. Can he make the magic happen? He does, and levels up that score.
Yeah, I mean, the veto is going to be a very interesting thing to keep an eye on, and with the skirmish giving you the advantage, we know that KRX is a team that I think likes to play things a little bit more straight up. They do like to change their comps from time to time when we go series to series at times. And you look at Frost and what he likes to do with the veto, and he always likes to play some tricks. So I think the skirmish is actually going to have a little bit of an effect on the veto here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so curious how this veto looks from global esports point of view. Frost has been very vocal in the past. They have multiple comps. They will often switch the maps. They don't like having a permaban. So how does this look? Because now we're reaching the crunch time of the groups. In those first two games, I really don't feel like they had to show a lot, but now is the time where you stop saving. Now is the time you really bring out your best stuff, because this can all but qualify you for those playoffs.
Crystal,
Exactly.
I mean, Crystal's just abusing the op here, Mika. It's
Yeah.
a little bit disgusting, but he has won the skirmish there. So you do get a little bit more control of the veto as Global Esports as a result.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is exactly what Frost wanted. Now, as we bring up the map veto right now, I mean, you're absolutely right. I feel like we didn't see a lot from GE just yet, which is to their advantage. But I feel like we're in for a few surprises today. We're starting on Fracture, and then we have Haven.
I mean, this is kind of a curveball veto from GE. I'm looking at
like
here.
it.
This is a maps that we haven't really seen them play too much. We haven't seen Fracture for them. The last Haven that we saw from them was with that weird, like, Jet, Veto, Sky comp when that wasn't actually in the meta.
Yeah.
And then Lotus as a third decider. These are maps that actually KRX have repped all three of these and shown in this stage what they like to play. So they're going to have the more recency in terms of actually having reps on these maps as a squad, whereas GE has kind of that unknown factor where they can pull out something crazy if they want to.
Yeah, GE have been floating Haven so far, but not had to show it. They come in picking it, and I think they've been banning Fracture sometimes in that second phase. They banned it in the first phase last week, I believe. So I think they've kind of shown that they don't want to play it. You know, which to me makes sense why KRX would pick it, but it's Frost. You don't know how much of that is trickery. You don't know how well prepared they will be. I think the good thing about this veto for Global Esports is they've only had to show their Lotus, so this is a relatively unknown. All that prep, the massive coaching staff of DRX, all the kind of work they've been putting in has been kind of nullified by this veto.
And in saying that, I think the Lotus wasn't particularly awe-inspiring for GE, if I'm honest. They were playing a deadlock comp that didn't look particularly good on at least one side of that map. So I wonder if they stick to that, or if that's something that they might want to switch up on Lotus, because it's not a particularly common or popular approach right now.
But for me, I like that they haven't had to show a lot of this veto already. I think they can definitely get tricky. I think KRX are a team that will feel at their best when they're very well prepared, when they have those reads cooked up, game plans made in advance. I think Global Esports really doing their best to throw this off. They want to make this game scrappy. That's how you beat a team like KRX.
And KRX has been picking Fracture, so this isn't exactly a surprise.
Yeah.
Surely Global Esports have prepared for this.
Oh, 100%. They've left it in the veto. They will have known that KRX will likely pick it, as it's a map that they've got a few reps on. For me, this veto comes down to two things. How well prepared is GE, and how well does it actually translate into the server without the reps that they'd had as a team? They've had a lot of prep time with this roster. They've definitely gelled at this point. They've mentioned multiple times in multiple interviews that the chemistry is good. They've got this massive coaching staff. There's no excuses for them to not come up with much in this veto, given that the maps are somewhat new in terms of reps in this stage. And for KRX, it's quite the opposite. We've seen what we're going to get from them. I don't actually expect them to change up the comps too much going into this series. It's only group stage. Both of these teams are up 2-0. Although there's a lot on the line in terms of stakes, bragging rights, rivalries, and all of that kind of stuff, both of these teams are probably still semi-confident they're going to make it through the group, especially KRX, who have already beaten Nongshim. Maybe less so for GE, who have had some easier games already.
Yes, pulling up our predictions right now, we see that everybody's actually heavily favoring global esports with a bit of like a fourth of a percentage over onto DRX or KRX rather. I actually thought it would be 50-50.
I mean, what I'm noticing most about these predictions here is that Paper Thin is just a great friend. He's noticed that Achilles was very lonely on the bottom of the table there, so he decided to join him.
Aw.
And
respect that.
I think that's kind of romantic.
He's
That
gone
is
gone
sweet.
down with the ship, so to speak. In my mind, I've gone for global esports today. I feel like they're approaching this meta in a very interesting way. I think the players are playing very well individually. Yes, they've had those easier games, but I'm trusting them to pick up momentum now. Pilski, you've gone with KRX.
I mean, they beat Nongshim, and they're looking better and better all the time. Yong seems like a pretty good rookie to hang your hat on. So I honestly think this game is 50-50. It could go either which way. I wouldn't be surprised if GE pulls off the win today, but I'm going to trust KRX. I think that they're a more consistent team in Pacific.
What's your favorite flavor of popcorn?
I actually like the
Toffee.
caramel popcorn.
Caramel
Yeah,
okay, so you're
the
sweet
popcorn.
rather than
oh,
savory.
yeah, for sure.
Like
Yeah.
salted caramel. Pretty good.
That's a good choice. That's a very good
Production,
choice.
can we
Yeah.
get the popcorn ready?
I actually do want some popcorn. I was asking for this, by the way. I was asking for this, but I feel like there were reasons to doubt GE before,
Oh, yeah.
versus KRX.
I mean, this
of
guy was
course.
coaching them.
Exactly. One big reason of that is like right here, but. Are there reasons to doubt them now? I mean, this roster has the team looking incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Can they pull off this win versus KRX? We're gonna find out as we send it over for the spiciest match here on VCT Pacific. Let's send it to the stage.
I can't wait to see what's left in store for them.
I feel like we've left out a part of the show though. Like,
I know,
wasn't there something that was meant to happen
People
there?
were screaming. Can we roll that back? what happened? I heard the crowd scream, and then Javi was clapping. What was that? What did we miss?
I don't know. The cameraman, he usually doesn't miss, and all I can say is, I don't know, maybe he's intentionally taken an interest in the Global Esports logo that's looked far more interesting than before.
Perhaps.
He tended to linger on that for a little while. Regardless, we're in for a great matchup here. I think both of these teams are in great form, both undefeated in their group. There's a lot of beef, a lot of rivalry on the line for the coaching staff, the players, the organizations as well. I think KRX, given the head-to-head record, are feeling very, very confident. They've just taken down Nongshim, so they're going to feel like they could go through the rest of this group. But GE is a hard team to prep for, and they're in excellent form right now. This is one of the better rosters that they've assembled in Pacific, and I think if it's not now for GE, it's probably never.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what GE have done so far in the way that they've thrown KRX off in this veto. I think they've really buried their scent. They're taking it to maps that they've not had to show yet. Really, I do genuinely believe giving them a prep advantage here. So how can they use that extra prep? They've managed to watch KRX play Fracture. They haven't shown it yet, so let's see what compositions we're going to be cooking up with.
The deadlock once more.
I mean, I think Crystal has been playing a lot of this deadlock. It's a way, you know, I think Full Sense, we saw them play it on a few different maps as well now. So I think he's, of course, the one to watch on this side of Global.
But on the other side of things, this is vintage KRX. Freeing on Neon instead of Teo. They're not playing double E in it. They want to change things up. Even if it's a slight comp adjustment, most people don't have to change their roles too much. You can recycle a lot of the same stuff, but it fundamentally changes how the comp plays. So even as a team like GE, leaving Fracture in the veto, some of your prep is not going to be as useful as it was before, because you're going to be playing against a bit of a different style now.
You also have Pat on the Tejo now, which is, you know, I believe this is going to be a first. So I am wondering what G has cooked up here, because whatever it is, it feels like KRX, they're just ready to eat it all up. But this is playoffs getting closer. This is revenge and a score to settle. And of course, that chance of heading to Vietnam. We'll toss it over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilles.
I don't know when we hired Prius, but we can in fact confirm a fist bump occurred. A fist bump did occur between Frost and Termi. Termi also had a sign, but I have no idea what the hell it said. It was facing away from us, but something was going on down on the stage. We apologize that we didn't capture it in glorious 4K.
I know, but it finally happened. They fist bumped. You know, there's some good friendly banter down there now. This is what we want to see. They're embracing it. So much better, but still high stakes here today for both of these teams. First seed in the Alpha group seemingly on the line. Both teams 2-0, want to get that big win to put themselves well ahead of the other coming into the home stretch for the playoffs, get that extra little oomph, that little extra cushion going into the playoffs. So I mean, a lot could go down here. Fracture, pretty interesting. This is kind of the map that I expected KRX to lean into for this series. So if Frost thinks he has something cooked up, he always does. So we'll have to wait and see, because he was pretty confident about this. Well, when he was talking to me backstage.
Of course he is. Well, let's see if that confidence is going to be that potential first-placed finish in the group on the line.
And this is...
Reset the tracker!
Yeah, reset it. It happened today. We can go back to no fist bump accidents in Pacifics.
I will interrogate every member of the audience to see if somebody has a video.
I hope somebody does. Somebody's got to put it out there for us. I wish I would have had some advanced warning that it was going to happen. I would have just recorded it from up here, but no, they can't tell us anything. They got to be all secrety, hush, hush. By the way, the last 2 times these coaches squared off in this map last year went to OT. Autumn gets the opener.
That he does. Gunman dead off the rip. Just finding him there at bench, and that very much stops the entire scale forward from KRX. Pump the brakes now, smoking to be cycled forward as well. Still do have that second duelist, of course, with Freeing on the Neon, but this does limit a lot of KRX's options. They're going to have to brute force their way in.
Okay, I've got a picture of what the sign said that Termi was holding up.
Okay.
It just said, "I like you," and had a heart.
Okay.
Adorable. I think we're finally, world peace is going to be achieved here.
Could be. Oh, yep, we have the photo up on our monitors. We'll ask production to utilize that on the analyst desk after the map. Going to be caught by the net. Here comes the push. Salvos as well going to be layered to his feet. He's flushed out into the open, now taken down. Mako able to find one, but needs some clean taps that he will not come up with as Yudotan is able to claim his life. So, 2 players remaining. As they will be pushing their way forward here onto the A site. So can get the plant at least in action. The Shot goes through to buy a little bit of time, but a 2v4. A rough position to be in here for KRX. As Global Esports looking very well slated to pick up this pistol.
Yeah, still have the nades, still have the concuss available for Global Esports on this retake. So this is going to be pretty challenging. Freeing has to try to get ahead of the curve.
Stun is there, but Patman going to be forced away. Crystal catching a glimpse of the shoulder, but cannot collect that elimination. Freeing, however, will be able to find one. But Yudotan sits him down now, and it all falls to Bane, who gets himself in a 1v1. 78 health, and Autumn survives with 2. Coming out on top. Close but no cigar. Global Esports will find the opening pistol.
That's foreshadowing of what is to come in this match. It should be absolutely incredible. Great starts for GE, just winning a couple contact battles around the map. That give them that huge man advantage. But still some sharp shots. The likes of Freeing and Bane give them a real hope into this. That was a nice little trap play they had set up there. Flushing Young into a bad position where there was a crossfire. Just couldn't really do much. So the other thing I want to talk about here is just the deadlock in play, which is something obviously is a Frost special. He very much likes this agent, especially in this meta as an anti-neon thing. But I think on this map, it's pretty interesting that you would still go for it. It's a little bit trickier, I think, to cover some of that space with the deadlock util. So kind of keeping my eyes out for, you know, where the sonic sensor is going to be placed. How is he going to be thinking about, you know, when to use that grab net? Are there going to be any combos that you try to implement, maybe off the aftershock or the paint shells, stuff like that? Very much in play.
They're going to try to flood their way into the site. Sonic Sensor is going to be slowing up the approach a little bit. It's going to be the paint shell actually to finish off Crystal. Doesn't end up getting isolated and picked apart. So KRX opening the door for this plan to come through once again. Still collected though. Moment. Just left on the floor. Now pass over to Bane now in his hands. Juggle that one back. Aftershock at the ready. Bane comes up with another kill. He is going to have a rolling thunder. Flash coming through. Just able to strafe his way back over into halls. Still holding onto that util. Skill forward once again going to be slowed down, but KRX now difficult to try to fight their way back into this one. The volley's going to be layered forward. Cutting off Hyunmin for the moment. Flash is flying up and Spam to open up the defuse, not being stuck quite just yet. Spam has stayed Global Esports here for the moment. Hyunmin able to find one. That's another paint shell online. He's going to try to layer it in. Believe he sent it over. And there's the Spam coming through. The diffuser now killed off Mako. Looking to try to get this one over the line as Young is here. It's going to be an ace from Patman, but a thrifty from KRX.
This is really nice stuff from both teams, but KRX in particular, able to avoid that sonic sensor, able to get past the wall. So that's another thing is going to be tricky here as a deadlock, is making sure that your barrier is going to be in a good place in time, and they are already past it there. Crystal didn't get the alert from the sonic sensor that was placed in A main. He was just a hair late. That allows Freeing to just bypass that, plus you can set up the crunch from Dish. And it makes it really tough for the deadlock to hold that site. Yeah, they love it. They absolutely love it.
I mean, so do I. If we're going to be getting back and forth like this, then we are in for a treat already. 2 very, very close and competitive rounds to start off this map. Quick identifier there on that tripwire will be cleared. Looking for that crunch to try to maybe catch Young on the north side, but will not come to be. Freeing, however, dialed in. The second shot so very fast with it. As Autumn and Yudotan both will fall. Plant now in play. Of course, that rolling thunder still in the back pocket, but giving the player advantages. KRX would love to hold on to that. Get ready to go into Global's next buy. Freeing going to be looking for a little bit more, but does end up getting forced away. Down to 35 health, has to backpedal. It's still available for Hyunmin. Can just rebound that off the wall. Interrupt the plant. Freeing going to be able to find a third. Oh, trying to go for the reload. The scale forward, though, will be shut down as Hyunmin cleaning up, too. And it's going to be a flawless off the back of the thrifty as KRX gain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are really well drilled in terms of their trading and their fundamentals. And you can see that no one's really overcommitting to a lot of things. Obviously, in this round, GE has to because of the economy and the big plant and all that stuff. But the way that KRX in the previous round and this round as well is, taking their moment and then quickly diving back, letting their util buy them the space and the time, letting that do the work. That's exactly what you need. And they're really, really well organized and well disciplined with how they're staggering their util too. Both teams have been, but KRX in particular so far, not overcommitting some of those util dumps. Just it seems like they've got a great idea of like, okay, next man up. Whose turn is it to throw the next piece of util? Okay, breach. Okay, now it's the nade from the Rays and all that other stuff. So
yeah, there's a lot here for KRX to work with if they're able to get into the pose plant. So for global esports, I mean, you want to be stopping that from happening completely.
Yes.
You have this double senti, or rather, the double initiator, I should say, with that deadlock. So you want to be stopping KRX from getting any access to these sites whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see now, I think KRX realizing that part of the power and exactly what you're talking about here, Achilleos, is that you have those double initiators. So there are those trap plays you can set up. You use the info from the Tejo to set up the breach stun into, paint shells, all these. There's a ton of different combos that you can actually run with this. Grab nets too have to be considered. Here goes Hyunmin.
Comes the entry within the peak from Crystal. Readjusts the aim, gets that reset. Hyunmin going to be dead on the entry. Still be brought through, but Crystal quick peek back out of tower, and Young going to be caught unawares. Definitely rougher start to this series so far here for the rookie. 3v5 of the post plant. Still some tools to try to utilize. They need this tower control, and they're not going to be finding it. Crystal holds his own for a little bit longer. The Armageddon now going to be called in. Mako pushing forward into the smoke. He's able to find 2 kills. There's and Javi both going to be struck down. Bane peeking out. Is able to find the one, and Mako changes up the angle. Gets himself a third as KRX do the same. 3-1.
That's the Mako we know and love on this map on the brim. He is just incredible at times. And this is great play by Crystal, first of all. Uses his util really nicely. He has a sonic sensor back here that catches onto the Neon. No escape for freeing. Nice job by Bane to re-aggress onto that and at least get the trade. Mako, man, absolutely knocks this out of the park.
Timeout. Yep, that is going to be the first timeout called. Understandably, global esports suffering economically. You know full well that this map pick was going to be coming through. You leave the fracture open. KRX is going to try to go to it, even though it's been rough so far. 1-1, I believe, here in stage 1 on this map. With the OT versus Team Secret and the loss to Nongshim, but clearly still feeling like they have a very solid read and just need to continue to improve it on stage.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other part of that equation is it's a map that, Frost and GE have been avoiding. They haven't shown it yet this year, so we think we've got a little bit of practice under our belts. We're going to feel a little bit more confident. You can suspect that Frost has got something a little bit tricky up his sleeve, but predictably it was the deadlock, and I think they're going to be pretty well, and they have been pretty well prepared for that for the most part. That last round was probably one of the few where it wasn't quite as, they weren't quite as aware, quite as ready, but overall I think they've done a pretty good job of dealing with the deadlock stuff, at least on this side. And again, going back to last time that these two coaches squared off, Talon last year, and it was a very close fracture. It went to overtime, even though KRX did get the win. This is a map that Global Esports as an org hasn't played since 2023.
I was actually going to, mention that. They've only played Fracture once in VCT Pacific. So yeah, 2023, obviously very different situation, very different squad.
Back when...
as well as a very different coach.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
And Spin.
When they had a
Texture playing
Killjoy. I'll never forgive him for it.
He will never live that down.
Sonic sensor again, close to the wall. As you can see, KRX has good awareness of how they can skirt around that particular one. Looking for the trap, but they just clear. It's Crystal with only a stinger. Longer range fight going to be tough. Does have reinforcements available. You can see GE makes the change to try to prevent the crunch onto A from Dish.
Yutan grabbed the orb, so he's got the showstopper online. Try to counteract this. Things could get very messy very quickly, but Crystal on the peak going to be dead. Bring again, still deadly. With that is Yutan eliminated. The cleanup is looking good. Autumn, last one standing. 1v4 with just a Sheriff lingering here within that smoke. The Boombot does not scout him. Mako, however, got his suspicions, and he's got his player marked and dead. So 4-1. Timeout call not going to be leading to a thrifty, but going into the next buy, this is what Global need to start turning things around.
Yeah, now you start to get a little bit concerned for Global, even though they have a good read there, and yes, it is an eco. They still can't really do too much damage. A little bit antsy impatientness from Crystal. Gives him up to the Outlaw. I mean, just finding the gaps there in the util as Mako get the kill. Yeah. Javi getting a little bit frustrated. Let's tune in. Let's see what's going on with GE.
They stun arcade, guys. I think it's a fast B arcade split, Let me just kill the Cypher. Boom tower. Oh, Shabby? Let's kill the Cypher. They're in burst, just chill first.
I'm out of here.
Calling for the chill. 2 players on the other side of this smoke. It's not going to be lasting too much longer. This is a massive scale forward from Global Esports. As there goes the stealth drone, able to find the ping, but as that smoke does fall, so too do 2 players from Global Esports. Javi and Patman both going to be struck down. The op shot going to be going wide as Yotan now in a very committed position, but is able to find his way back out for 1. Knew that Mako was also still lingering there, so has to be wary about that. But as we can see, Mako, he's taking the rope across towards that north side, but now in a 2v4 with the op in play, you're just going to have to go for the save. Global Esports continuing to allow for KRX to get further and further ahead.
Yeah, now you look at Mako. He's already trying to get ahead of the curve. He knows that they're going to be saving. He's going to be looking for his opportunity. Autumn cognizant of it, but doesn't get the spot.
Ooh.
Mako finds the timing.
Yeah, he made a touch of noise there, I do believe.
Yep.
Not going to scream it. Don't expect to get a metalcore remix of it, so.
That's the way.
He made noise!
That I love Mitch so much.
But that is a bit of a dreary start now. Global Esports, I mean, this is your side selection. This is where you're running that double initiate. You've got the trap set up from the deadlock, and it's just not working out for you.
No.
This needs to be where the bread is buttered.
Exactly, and KRX reads immediately off that deep brim smoke what's happening, and they just know. They've already got the protocol in place. They're like, we're gonna push off the drone. And they get a double out of it for free. I mean, just absolutely incredible wherewithal that they're displaying right now.
Slope on the approach, quick clear of that barrier mesh. So with a check over. Tap of the plant. Another reposition. That Annihilation is online. Gonna be the aftershock to delay first and foremost though, and now Deadlock ultimate ends up getting invested. Bane with the tap, he's trying to bait it out. He wants him to fire this shot. He'll just be sending it, and there's the grab, but they got 2 players able to break it, but Patman will be able to find Bane in the end. Pulled enough into the open. Hill comes through, a little strike trying to open up some space here. Gunman just gonna have to disrespect that molly, jumps across it, eats an immense amount of damage. Is able to find 1 before getting taken out by Patman. Showstopper now gonna be lobbed through, freeing, taken out Mako. Quick peek in, quick kill found, but needs a hell of a lot more. And he's still able to come away with a second. Young now has to put up the clutch, and he cannot. Yutan has the op in hand, and Global Esports at long last have a second round win.
Just, again, great stuff here. Both these teams so aware of what the win conditions are in rounds and how to play around it. You know, using their ults, using their util to delay when they need to gain space when they need to. You know, Mako here using his ult to buy a little bit of space to get some big kills. They're ready for that clear onto the Annihilation. Our Global Esports, you know, they know that they have to play near the spike here, so Yudotan is patient with the showstopper. I thought Mako was gonna go nuts there. Yudotan just barely even got hit. Was able to get the shot to land through the aim punch. What a battle that round was.
Yeah, decent amount of investment from both sides as well, but they're looking for the trap set up, but the slowdown on the ring, just getting shot. I've had it over on this other side. Stops the Neon from scaling forward. The shot can ring through. Yudotan able to find that 1 before falling. So an exchange of the duelists. 1 for 1, but still that second layer available for KRX. His gunman is still in play. Girltep getting the ping reveal there as Bane committing to the plan. Is able to get out of the Armageddon fast enough. Mako turns the flash and push through the cage. He's still going to be good for 1. Autumn and Javi, however, going to be fighting back as they get themselves into a 2v2. Dual strike available. Hunman going around the world. Silent drop down into Sands. Both players of Global Esports now contained in halls. Able to tuck the corner. Consideration, he's going to be sending it. Bane now, this should be him dead. He will fall. Gunman pulling back behind this orbital, trying to catch them off guard, but Autumn is just a bit faster. Finds him in the open, and Global Esports will get 2 rounds in a row.
I got a little bit concerned there for a second for Global. They ripped a bunch of ults in that round, and early. That
they
didn't
sent
get,
3.
Yeah, they sent 3. The first 2, the Armageddon, okay, you buy a little bit of time there as Patman. The second one, they used the Rolling Thunder in towards main, and they come bursting out a little bit after the effects had worn off. In fact, it didn't even hit most of KRX, and they still are able to burst out of there and get the kills. Great use of the orbital strike, though. Confirmed that Bane is up there, and he is completely screwed at that angle. So has to just go for kills and can't do it. Then Hyunmin tries to get a little bit cheeky, but is unable to get the job done. Freen gonna grab an op now. And Yudo not gonna square off initially. GE reading that maybe this would be an arcade angle. Tough to defend, tough to guess where the attackers are gonna be coming from. But maybe you can find that punish onto the lurking Young. Trying to just tuck in by the rope.
Once I get confirmation that they're playing towards his north side, and he will. Celtron, however, doesn't go deep enough to actually spot him out.
Clear the camera. At the very least is GE.
Oh boy. And now they're going to try to scale off the back of that one, and Young is going to be dead. Patman able to find him. Continued rough map here for the rookie. And a whale of a time in their last series. Now Plant ready to come in. Gentleman coming back, dodges out that stun. Frame pushing forward, is able to find one, but Patman has the trade. Another peek through in the aftershock forces him back down the rope. Tower control firmly in the hands of KRX as well as B main. It's a 3v4. Bane holding on to the operator. Nade, net, aftershock all thrown, clears out the side itself. And now Global Esports can very much start narrowing the scope here, knowing exactly where these players are going to be playing from, as Hyunmin is able to find one, so gets it into a 2v2. Still the off in hand, quick shot from Bane. Flicks in to find Crystal, looks for that third and final, but he cannot. But Javi just doesn't have the time. Flash fully connecting there, but swing in. Hyunmin challenges for the fight, wins it out, and KRX get themselves up to 6.
Bane's a pretty good opera.
Yeah.
There were some nasty ones in there. That was a hell of a round. Sometimes as the Neon, you got to drop the op over to clear some space for your team. Another nice round for Patman. I mean, this one right here. Both really nice.
Good. I mean, you think back to kickoff, DRX then, now KRX trying to, get that operator into the hands of Hyunmin. He wasn't really finding value like the Outlaw was for him.
Right.
So, yeah, just have anybody else snipe.
Yeah, literally anybody else is probably okay. Young's pretty good at it too.
Very true.
Wouldn't mind seeing some rounds where they drop that over to him on the other half.
Oh, Boostio style.
Heck yeah, dude.
Stealth thrown out, will be cleared. Young still just tucked away, but it's going to be a fault line as well as an aid lobbed in, and will be that Bandit to come away with the kill. So solid start here as Esports is going to be looking to try to pull off this Thrifty, and with a player advantage now, a Showstopper online. This is very winnable for them. Bucky tucked away into tower. Boombot will lead the charge. Now they have the confirmation, but can they actually flush out Crystal? He's been able to hold this position quite well overall. Showstopper to try to get things started. Doesn't spot the players at Canteen, now will. Rocket flies, and he actually gets Hyunmin. Thought he might have been a saber around the corner, but now suddenly it's just Mako left standing. Smoke in his face, he's able to find the one. The spike, the fuse, not held to half. Saves them off once again. Another retap, goes for the reload. Crystal down to 20. Some damage to be found. Push forward, the Bucky now out of play, and the orbital strike will look to try to seal the deal on this round. Autumn still with an opportunity, but it's going to have to be the headshot, as once again he's trying to bait him out, but man!
That's why they put me in charge.
Mako locking on with laser precision, gets the Red Bull clutch.
Been missing this. Mako just absolutely taking over games. Another big multi-kill for the Gentle Giant. Oh, just missed on the Outlaw there. Bane with the backstab. Gets 2. But this is the Mako show. Oh my God. Gets the orbital.
Oh, man.
Gotta tip your cap there. Just outplayed.
And Mako is as Mako does. Still though, very close for Global Esports, considering that it wasn't worth the attempt. As now their own Showstopper going to be invested on the KRX side. Unoton just blast packing out to safety. have slowed down the scale forward, so both players going to be able to escape, as the rocket won't even get fired off.
The saddest rocket ever.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder crashing through. Two players at Sands going to be stunned up, freeing on the hunt. Looking for that second, has to do a double take, but will eventually find Unotan. And it is now struggle street here for Global Esports.
Spike planted.
Has to be saved.
Just backing away, so looking like another flawless unless KRX do go hunting. Should, given the economic situation, they absolutely should. Though Autumn 3 charges away from an orbital strike, so you don't exactly want to funnel that into him, given you're about to go into the final round of the half.
Yeah, for sure. I think at this point you're feeling pretty groovy. The economy not super great for a couple players on KRX too, so I don't think they're going to get too overly aggressive. You know, Mako can. He's just going to do a little bit of checking. But tucked in the tower, Global Esports wants the safety. Looks like they're going to keep it. I just said crunch here for KRX. That's really all this is. It's just, using the Rolling Thunder right underneath ropes, catches 2 players. Not much that Yudo and Avi can do there. Good read on how they'd back off of that position with all that space gain, because they knew that op was there early after it cleared the boom bot.
That's a rare little yell from Termi as well.
Yeah, he's fired up today. Both of these coaches want this so bad. This is like a Masters for them, basically.
Yeah. Freeing. Slowing down the south side crunch attempt is now drawing out the ultimate, the overdrive, finding a second Unotan fallen. Autumn wanted to try to scale forward into that smoke. Staved off there for the moment. KRX easily brush aside Global Esports. Their aggressive attempts.
Yeah, really had a hard time. I thought with the Tejo breach, they might be able to take a little bit more control of the mains, but a lot of times KRX ahead of the curve kind of knew what they wanted to do before they even knew it. Were able to sidestep the util, wait out some of those traps, or just get ahead of them in this case.
Crystal has to go massive here.
Yep.
Sonic sensor will get the slow. It's looking for the peek out. Finds the first kill. That's going to be layered in as well. So that barrier mesh in position now going to be broken down. The rotations are coming through. Both players on the approach from that dish side, but Mako unread at Sands. Crystal loses his head.
Spike plant.
Plant now in play. And it's a 2v4 for Global Esports to try to get themselves a 4th round win in the half.
Batman could get the Armageddon off a kill. Maybe get the ball rolling.
Rounding back with freeing. Too damn good with that operator. Does end up whiffing the 4th attempt. Just Batman left.
Grenade is live.
Stunned to the side. The fault line, however, catching him on the drop. And just going to be too many angles, too many targets, and Mako too damn good. 9-3 at the half. KRX looking alive and well on Fracture.
No doubt. Just, again, really well drilled. Early on, I felt like both teams looking pretty even, but KRX just started to get the read on how Javi was trying to position his pieces on the chessboard. And then, you get the op in there, you get a couple good players that are, Mako is Mako, back to normal.
You need one more. We're going to lose the round, man.
Halftime.
That they did. Well, not super happy is Frost. Knows that this map is going to be coming through, anticipates that they have a better setup to counteract KRX and continue to give them a rough time on Fracture, but so far it's been the breeziest go of it for them. But we do have a special treat, of course, is here's a little replay of what happened at the fist bump.
Thank God we got this.
He hates me.
Yeah,
Seriously,
dude.
I didn't even see that.
You didn't see that? Oh, God.
Oh, that's great. Oh, gorgeous. Thank you, production.
God.
Thank you for that.
You know what? Like I said, the world is healing. I think that deserves the Nobel Peace Prize this year.
Absolutely. Well, Pistol was able to be found for Global Esports, but obviously that Thrifty immediately came through from KRX to start off this map. Global Esports need to find the Pistol here, and they need to start building up and snowballing a massive streak.
Could happen. It is fractured, generally very attacker-sided, but I think, you know, you could kind of hear it in Frost's voice. He really wanted that 8-4. That gives you a much better chance on this map to at least avoid the OT potentially, but you see if they get it done. Nice grab net. He saw, but he can't
just around
confirm.
the corner.
Yeah.
Not deep enough to be able to find those picks. Gale forward from the north side, spike in hand. Freeing wanted to go check out that arcade.
Yep.
They're going to go pushing down to the underpass.
This pistol looks like it comes from the upside down in Stranger Things.
It's a bit wonky here at the moment.
Just very quiet, very patient. Both teams trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out what part of the map is going to be the attack coming from. And the Boombot here has dragged a lot of extra players over, so can Global Esports rotate in time before KRX figure this out, but they're also matching this really nicely.
3 players about to be here, but both sides, attack is about to arrive. As Young once again going to be pressured low, taking him down as the shot's opening up, and Young is going to fall alongside Mako as Patman comes away with 2. Patman only able to find the 1 shot before Yutan sits him down. So now 2v4, Crystal trying to slow up the approach. The catch here on to Freeing. He's taking his time, trying to see if he can get a peek, but has to remove that net. Stray shots in. Looks like Global Esports very well slated to go 2-0 in the pistols. Swing going to be coming out, Bane collecting 1, but nothing more off the back of that. Now just Freeing. A 1v3. Not in a position to find these wallbang shots. Peek out from Autumn. He's not wanting to give over the kills either. Will eventually find Crystal, but he's whittled away at down to 9 HP. Global Esports. Well, they still have the round in hand. Free's just looking for blood, and blood he shall find. Gets himself a 3K before falling, but Global Esports find the start to the half that they absolutely need.
Yeah, 100%. And again, this is where the deadlock actually really may shine, I think. When you're looking at this attacker side, the barrier meshes are going to be a lot more effective, I think, because you're going to have a lot more options and how you want to cut off the map and what that means for the defenders on their retakes if you can get to these positions. Plus, the sonic sensors are going to be a little more impactful because they were a little too easy to dodge on the other side of the map. We saw that a few times where really KRX could just kind of avoid it pretty easily because it doesn't cover as much space as the Trips do with the Cypher, for example. Marshall, couple Bulldogs, Phantom for Yudo. And any buy up, yeah, one bandit for Freeing. They're just pushed pretty far forward at A main, and they're going to start making their rotations. No contact, so I'm going to assume and hear the footsteps and see what G wants to do. They're just seemingly want to setting up for the crunch here as well, making sure that there's not going to be any surprises, and getting the extra orb. Yudotan 3 away from a showstopper with that. So get a couple more kills here. Could have the showstopper going into the bonus for sure. Just got to find those opportunities. Here come the reinforcements, and G's still very cautious.
Looking for the trap setup. Patman does manage to get that gun out, but Freeing has the headshot with the bandit, so kill going to be found, weapon going to be recovered. Passed over into the hands of Hyunmin. It's already Freeing sprinting his way across to this ace out of the map, reading the rotations from Global Esports, but the rest of KRX, this is going to be a hard habit to break. Still working their way over here to try to intercept. The barrier mesh will lock them in. Plant out into the open. So with the Marshall able to find 1, Yutan gets Young as well. Just pushing out of the smoke. They interrupt the plant, but not much more off the back of that. 3v4 with just the Bulldog. Not going to be feeling good about KRX repeating the miracle from that first half. Ooh, does get a bit of damage on the Autumn though. So spot, Freeing dead. Showstopper now online as well for Yudo going into the bonus. Still has another paint shell as well. Hyunmin looking to try to finish what he started, but he cannot. Autumn comes up with a 2K to close out the round. Global Esports now 4 away.
Yeah, I mean, other than just the trap play that KRX was able to isolate and execute onto Patman here, this is a really solid round. Oh, nice shot through the smokes there, Crystal. Just guessed on the timing and guessed very correctly. Yeah, this is huge. You get Yudo. He's going to be carrying over a Phantom. He's going to have a showstopper. This is a very scary bonus that they're going to be bringing to bear. And it's going to have to be really thoughtful from KRX, which they have been on this map so far. Let's see, slow up a Yudo. That grab net went to Narnia.
Showstopper at the ready, lobs it in, but it's going to be a smooth little slide away from Freeing, avoids the damage. Meanwhile, Hobby and Crystal both get tagged up. Regen armor available for the deadlock. Seems like Global Esports still trying to square peg round hold this one here, but Mako gets himself a third while blinded up. And he'll make it up to 4. Flawless anti-bonus from KRX. They hit double digits.
Beautifully thought out. Using Freeing as bait for the Showstopper. And then they have some paint. I believe it's the paint shells that catches the majority of this damage on a GE initially. And then this guy is one of the best. Oh my God.
Just enough before the flash connected.
He is just one of the best on this map on Brim. Always has been, always will be.
Yeah, I mean, particularly his stats on Brimstone so far.
This stage has been
incredible.
Sound sensor up.
He's just one of those players.
Can you drone and let's take it first?
Stun.
Chill.
One with the stun, Kidotan dead, aftershock now. Gonna be layered in, so no one can scale off that fault line investment.
Launching missile.
Salvo sends out Patman, just trying to clear some of this space. Start to work their way forward into halls. There are still 3 players from KRX situated on A. Trying to counteract this push.
I guess correctly.
Okay.
Double
We'll find
spam.
the first.
Yeah.
Raid Boss is still here. Global Esports will just be backing away. Try their hand at the B site.
Not sure if the orb's cooped up. No, it's not. So you get one away from either the Annihilation or the Armageddon. Pick your poison there, and then put that over to the planter potentially and get that ult for the post plant. If you could get there, of course, you got to go through seemingly Young and Hyunmin.
30 seconds left.
But they're going to bypass it. They don't want to give away.
Hyunmin, top gen. Stun out. Young still able to find one. Still a very rough go of it for him. Only 3 kills found on the map so far. Light will come through. Push forward. Autumn trying to peek around the side of this smoke. Find anything that he can. His barrier mesh is going to be broken. Smoke now dissipating, and Autumn out into the open, waiting for the swing. Because for a readjusted Mako. It's just 2 on point here today. Hobby able to find the one, but Bane will clean it up. 2 players surviving. KRX once again pushing back Global Esports. They ascend up to 11-round wins.
Yeah, they're just so tunneled onto the site. RGE, when they go for the execute, they don't account for Hyunmin off the rip, and he's up on that spot that a lot of raises like to go up to. It makes things annoying. Heard in the cons here, I think this is a bit of a misstep by Yudo. He got a little overconfident because Hobby was saying slow. I think he wanted him to push out of the smoke there. Paid the price. Hit by the relay bolt.
Timeout.
Well, second and final timeout for Global Esports. 6-round deficit once again. Need to start clawing this back. KRX, however, they're just looking too well drilled on this map, too dialed in.
Yeah, they have really good map reads. So much. Wanted it to find his
something about a camera?
His dad. Yeah, he wanted the camera to find his dad. And it did.
Oh, he said his dad is going to buy him a KRX jersey.
Oh, a KRX jersey.
On camera.
If he's on camera. Got it. There you go. Open up the wallet there, Dad.
Yeah.
It's time.
Swipe that card.
That's right. I'll take one too while you're at it.
Yeah.
I don't have the new one.
Ken Yang. Yeah, I need an update.
Yeah, Ken. Can we hook some brothers up?
Yeah, see you after the game.
I'll take you out for Samgyeopsal and karaoke if you want.
That's gonna be more expensive than the jersey.
I know, but it'd be fun.
Well, just the flashes traded out, Freeing, pushing forward, and no one's gonna be giving him the peak. Slow drift down over towards this underpass, and Freeing, oh, he's gonna walk right into Autumn sights. Solid kill to come through. Global Esports desperately need this Thrifty.
Yeah, they really spread the map here. Tough for KRX to read what's going on. Because they've had a little bit of contact over at A main right after that kill onto Freeing. You can see GE considering trying to scoop up the gun. Gonna use the util to clear the angle. He'll get it.
My territory, my rules.
Annihilation at the ready. Young, the push coming through, will be shotgunned by that. Bane trying to get the break here on this. Drags him out into the orbital strike. He plans his speed, he's able to find Autumn. He's just not paying attention to the side itself. Gunman gone, and Yutan able to find a second. Bane gonna be struck down. Mako machining around back Jin, but Hobby with that Sheriff will be able to find a kill, and now it's all down to Mako. See if he can clutch this out to get KRX up to map point.
30 seconds left.
Tasha's not able to find the angle through the box. Action connect on the Patman. Playing how to come through. Ping down onto Canteen, reading this re-wrap from Mako. Gonna have to be the one that put him down, and he shall. Gets himself the 3K, gets Global Esports the much-needed round win.
Yeah, I think just a really nice idea coming out of the timeout. Just being a step ahead. Good anticipation. Maybe a slow push through. I cannot believe Young survived there. He just did the Armageddon. The man's in an action movie. Just running away from explosion after explosion. No heroics in the 1v3 this time for Mako. It's gonna be Yudo with the 3. Get him up to 16. Him and Pat having a good map. Now you've got a couple ults available. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike. On the other side, Neural Theft. Along with the Neon ult, so really impetus here onto GE. Keep the ball rolling. See if you can put KRX onto an eco with these ults. Give yourself a really good shot at this map, because if you drop this one, probably not feeling too good about the next round. Because you're also going to be in trouble economically. A few players could buy, but it'll be a little bit scrappy. Maybe one player won't be able to fully buy up. Judge in hand for Young.
He was going to be the one to go for this break on the trip to try to draw some attention to A, but does leave Global without a lot of the entry power to decide to commit into B.
Seems like they're just going to wait until the rewrap comes through, using this util early, try to drag out a rotation. Maybe Crystal can get another player if there was somebody pushing down the ramp, but just need to be careful with the sound cues until you're ready to roll.
Well, there's the clear. Here comes the attack. Relay both going to be successful. The buff ring pushing forward past that paint shell, and Bane is able to find Yutan on the entry. Rolling Thunder now to be coming through. As Aftershock is going to be layered in. The delay tactics here from KRX are looking great as Hyunmin, a quick turn back, able to spot out Crystal. Snipes him with the rocket. The players drop down to their demise. Freeing massacres them. And KRX get up to 12.
This is just beautifully played by Freeing and Bane. Their protocols here are perfect. You use the relay bolt to slow up the attack. Bane, right, he knows the Rolling Thunder is coming next, and he uses his Aftershock to buy a little bit more time for the showstopper to get there. Hyunmin on the scene to delay even more. Beautiful.
That goes there.
So well coordinated our KRX on this map.
6 in a row is what is needed now. Yutan, the off at hand. And that is a nice way to start things off. Headshot onto Freeing. Almost gets a rotation out of Mako, but he actually turns back. Still looking to reinforce this B side of the map. Young. At the same time, he's settled in tower, but Yeoman is just once again top gen, is able to find Patman. You meant to scale forward from here. Well, Crystal hitting a shot like that.
Well,
it certainly helps. Gives you an assist, but Yunotan now dead. Quick peek from Mako. And that is that operator out of the fight, but Young is not having a good day. Autumn taken low, but not taken down. Still alive, still able to fight. Weapons recovered and collected. Mako would love to interrupt this plant once again, but will not be able to find it. Bane, however, on the south side approach, gets his way, worked forward into B main.
That's the Rolling Thunder.
We still do have that orbital available in the global side, but like you said, Rolling Thunder at their disposal.
I'd rip it. You'll get another one.
Go for it.
Yeah.
They're waiting to go for the rewrap here. Mako on the approach from that canteen side. He's still dumped in. So there's the spot outs, but that orbital strike is still going to be a thorn in their side, and time is still being yet bought. Javi able to find the kill with the hold up to half, unable to find that. Mako does clear out Autumn, but this round cannot go their way. The time played very, very well from Global Esports. There's Mako. We'll get a parting gift shot, 3K. But the clutch is in. All right, we'll clutch at that for Global Esports. They do not go down without a fight.
If they had been a little bit faster there, maybe KRX can get the Rolling Thunder into play, but it just takes a long time for them to really feel comfortable to start scaling towards the site. Oh, Hyunmin. How does he even see? Poor Young. That was a huge kill there from Autumn. Basically won them the round. If he dies, I don't think they're going to be able to get onto that site.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
Keeps them alive. Yudo, showstopper. One bulldog for Javi. Oh, passed. Nope, got caught by it, but didn't get punished. Deep smoke from Mako. Gonna protect his duelist. So Hyunmin safe. Boombot clearing a little bit of space. Trips here. Right at the top, right at one of the entry angles. Freeing, trying to punish. Oh, what a shot.
Damn good from Crystal, who in his own right hasn't been having the steadiest of performances compared to what we're used to seeing from him. And that is a great way to try to reignite the engine. Tap on the door there, but approach is coming through. Mako smoked off, forced away here for the moment. Young, however, re-clears halls, is able to find Crystal. That neural theft will get KRX the unfortunate news that B-side has been completely taken over, but now the Rolling Thunder to be invested. The showstopper to try to slow them down on this approach. Yudotan looking for a target, but not going to be given one. Mako at the same time is able to find Patman. Now Yudo dead. That rocket not to fly. Clean shot from Autumn. Gets rid of the enemy raid boss. Now it's a 2v3. Set up on the cam, looking for a target. Both players playing towards that stair side. Bane now picked apart. 2v2, the swing out. Autumn able to find it. And Javi cleans up Hyunmin before he can find the transfer. Global Esports up to 8.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
Just hanging on. Mako gonna be one away from an orbital strike, but it's a big win there early for Crystal. Nice work by Young. You mentioned re-clearing a little bit of space. Mako seemingly always good for at least one. What an angle Hyunmin's able to find there. Yudo trying to find a target for the showstopper, expecting maybe a counter flood off the back of Bane's Rolling Thunder.
Timeout.
Didn't come through, and I assume it has to be Termi. The other two have already been taken by GE. So Termi wants to get in there, wants to seal the deal here. Feels like what felt like an assured win is slipping just a little bit, and the economy as well has slipped just a smidge. So a lot of fans here know the importance of this match, and it's pretty rowdy out there. Seen fans for both sides, and it's been pretty exciting as I think just maybe talking through how they want to play some of these post plants a little bit. Love KRX, well, yeah. More people asking for camera. Oh, is he gonna shave his head? Is that
something about it?
I don't know what Keiko is in this case.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand that part.
Because yesterday somebody put sakbal, which means to shave your head, on one of their signs.
Thrifty attempt here for KRX to try to bring this map to conclusion. And, oh my God, Hyunmin.
Go get him.
Absolutely ready for that one. Johnny on the spot with the aim. One away from having. That showstopper now online as that shot connects, freeing down to 13 HP, has to back away. And that fan said that they would dye their hair like Gecko if they're put on camera. So time to get the dye out.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's Gecko. That's okay.
Ah, yeah.
Now I get it.
Not Gecko.
Yep.
Oh, finishing the job. Finds freeing. Peek in the corner. Spotting out plenty more, but Hyunmin again able to find himself a second kill with that Guardian. B-side being taken here at the same time. The only player nearby for the moment. Yudotan, if he can get this catch on the Mako, moves a potential orbital strike, and Mako is wary about this, knows what kind of space they've given up. Should be the counter swing available from Young if the push does come through, but he's got his own issues, finding one. Now the orbital strike going to be called in. Unify on the approach from the back, and they're able to break down those two players. But they've been spotted. KRX, they have the information. Lob it on the rocket, not going to be connecting. Now the salvo going to be invested as well from Patman. Still has another in the back pocket as well as that stun and a paint shell from Udaton. There are so many delay tools here for Global Esports. Gentleman's just going to have to stick it. Pray. His paint shell doesn't go deep enough, and he's just going to stick it! He's won the map just by holding it! Oh, and what a brutal way to give up a thrifty if you're Global Esports. KRX. They come out once again with Fracture, and it's the cleanest that they've played it so far in stage 1.
Absolutely. And you can see some of the ideas that out of the way for this series. The first map going over to KRX. They've been playing this map. I am not sure what GE was thinking because KRX have been playing this map. Surely there are no surprises here, and GE should have come better prepared, but there were just so many rounds where I feel like the nervousness of this match just got to the players' heads.
Yeah, I think Termi wrote that sign after the veto. He said, "Thanks for Fracture. I like you. Appreciate that. That's a good map for us." They've changed up the comp. They've thrown freeing on the Teo, sorry, on the Neon yet again, off of the Teo that they were playing Breach Teo before, and it looked a lot more streamlined, and actually I think it really helped playing into GE's double E-Knit composition. It's a style that they have practiced a lot, that they understand quite a lot, so they understand quite a lot how to play around it. And I think that when you're playing a bit more of a free flow comp like the Neon Rays, and when Marco's in this kind of form, you're going to have a good day at the office as KRX.
I mean, he popped off here. There is no two ways around it. He was absolutely sensational in this game. I am feeling a little bit worried for Global Esports, to be honest. Yes, it's your opponent's map pick, but you won both pistols, and Yong was barely even present in the server, and this game didn't look close. KRX ran away with it. We need to see a step up in individualism for this Global Esports roster, because while I thought they had some nice ideas, especially in those early rounds, they kept getting their momentum stopped. I think KRX really showed their experience, and they used all of that to get this first map across the line.
And you just look at the vibes on the stage. You look at Global Esports, and it's not the same compared to their previous matches where they were hyped. You know, they're
feeling the pressure.
Exactly. They were vibing off of each other. You look at the opposite side, at KRX, and they are doing exactly that. You see Vayne laughing. You see Mako smiling, which is a rare occasion, all right? So I feel like KRX, they have the energy, they have that momentum even outside of the server, which is very dangerous going into the next map, even though it might be GE's pick.
Yeah, I think it's a map that they've already played, and they've kind of piloted a similar comp, but we'll take a little bit more of a look at Fracture and what happened over there, because as mentioned before, for GE, I mean, it's a map that starts a little bit disastrously for you. You win the pistol, and then you end up getting ecoed, and unfortunately, you know, things kind of slide quickly downhill from there. KRX wins the eco, and then on the first gun round to follow that up, there's even more of a disaster class on display.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the experience of this KRX roster, where they never let Global Esports be in control of this game. Every time in the first half, it looks like they're going to be able to turn it around, they put a big stop to it. Now, this is the first big gun round. It's a 2v5 for KRX. Mako and Bane, they step up where it matters the most. They go crazy, they keep the momentum in their own team's favor and break the back of Global Esports.
Yeah, and after they win that 2-on-5, they get their ults rolling, and ults are the only thing that really got GE any rounds. They won the pistol, and the only other 2 rounds that they convert are off the back of investing the Annihilation as well as the Showstopper, and then in the follow-up round after that, they invest the Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon. But outside of that, when it comes to the vanilla gun rounds, I mean, I understood what they were going for on the defense. They were leaning Seti on one side with the Operator on the other, but it just didn't really work for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a lot of 4-1. They left Crystal alone on an island, but they were just never finding ways to stabilize in the round. KRX, I feel like, understood that game plan and did great to work around it. Yes, the ults came in and they look good for Global Esports, but if that's all you've got in the locker on that defensive side, you're always going to struggle to get this map over the line.
And when you talk about that momentum, the way you cycle around all of these skills and all of these ults, right? It just didn't feel like the ball was really rolling for GE. It just felt like they were stumbling over everything. And you look on the other side of KRX, you know, you have a player like Mako popping off like that, and you don't even need the ults, you don't even need the skills at that point, because just look at these highlights.
Experience matters. Mako proved that today. In the biggest game of their group stage so far, who is the man you would bet on to go crazy? Of course, it's Mako. He's the father figure. He's the spiritual leader of this team, and he looked like he was 18 again, the way he was fragging.
Yeah, I mean, this is vintage clutches. He was tapping everybody with the Vandal. It was gorgeous to watch. Big shout out as well to Freeing. Quite honestly, he was phenomenal on the Neon yet again. But Mako, you could see a big step up, a 300 ACS map from him to start out the series, 220 ADR. And compared to his stage 1 average, this is a very different controller that you're playing against.
Yeah, I mean, he's there when it matters the most. I think it's undeniable that Mako wants to get this win today. He wants to move KRX towards that playoffs. He's the guy who doesn't have the trophy. All of his peers around him in Korea have managed to make it happen. He's coming for London.
I mean, that's exactly what Glow was saying in our interview earlier, that the reason why all of these KRX players are just so much hungrier this season is because all of their other colleagues have a trophy now, and they don't. So they want it. It's that good kind of peer pressure that they're experiencing. And of course, for Mako, who has been part of the scene for a very, very long time, he's feeling that pressure. He doesn't want to be the one who's left behind.
Yeah, I think for, you know, KRX, I mean, they've been a team that's always dangerous at internationals. They tend to, at worst, kind of finish 5th, 6th. Sometimes they even, as we saw over at Champs, get themselves a top 3 and look like potential trophy contenders, but they're never quite able to get their hands on one. Even Nongshim, a team that, you know, only just came to the league, have already got themselves a Masters trophy. So that would leave you feel a little bit salty, considering you've been here since the start. Regardless, though, look, Fracture, the gambit that GE does throw into the mix in terms of the veto doesn't pay off for them. A nice adjustment, as expected from KRX. It's very much within their wheelhouse to just change up one agent, play a double duelist instead of a double E on a map that they've played quite a lot of and look comfortable doing it, adjusting game to game, series to series, week to week. Now in towards Haven, it's a map we've already seen them play. We have seen them on the Neon Phoenix. I wouldn't be surprised to see them continue that. Over for GE though, we haven't seen them play this map in quite a while. When they last did, it was a bit of a funky comp. You had Autumn on the Jet. He went crazy on that agent in particular, and they were playing a veto, which is not a popular choice of Sentinel on this map.
Yeah, it was great for them in kickoff. I think I really liked to see it. I loved that they took a different approach, but they're yet to show it in stage 1. And if there's one thing I would bank on for this global esports team, is they're not going to reuse stuff from kickoff, where the meta was different, the balance of these agents was different. So I'm very, very curious as to what they're going to have cooked up, because once again, they're coming into this the same as Fracture with that preparation advantage. I think when you haven't had to show a map, it does mean a lot for how the other coaches have to prepare to play against you, but it didn't work for them in map 1. So I really hope what they have prepared is going to pack a bit more of a punch.
I mean,
Fracture.
GE and Frost in particular, and all of his coaching staff, they are also the type to prepare certain strategies for certain teams. Yes. So I would expect that they have something prepared on Haven, especially for KRX. I'm guessing, well, obviously Fracture didn't go the way they wanted to, but for Haven, which is more on their terms, perhaps there'll be something more towards GE side.
I mean, I've said it multiple times. They've got like 3 or 4 coaches, so if they don't have something prepared, someone's not doing very much work. tense clutch for Hyunmin in that previous game. Let's see what he's going to be piloting going into this game. We've already seen KRX make a small adjustment. So we talk about, in particular, GE's approach to the veto, but let's not forget that KRX is a team that does like to be flexible, that does like to change things up map to map. Last time, as I mentioned, they were playing that Phoenix Neon style that is very, very common at the moment, and it's a complete change-up yet again. Yong onto the chamber, they're playing Jet Neon instead, and they're playing a Sky.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Zeus yesterday in EMEA on this Jet make it look like an unstoppable agent, and we know Hyunmin is just as sharp on it. On the side of Global Esports, sticking with that deadlock, I think they really believe it's the flavor of the month, but solo duelist Waylay for Yudatan, so this is an approach we really have not seen.
Yeah, GE will get to start on the defense as well, with KRX picking the attacking side, that they are playing double duelists, and I don't know if they're necessarily going to be ready for this. We're looking at the fact they're playing a Sky. There's not particularly great agents here at actually dealing with Deadlock Cypher utility. I think this attacking side is about to be a little bit of a nightmare for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Crystal and Autumn have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to really rein in that double duelist on the other side. That's going to be pivotal.
Oh yeah, we're going to see how they're going to put a stop to that, or if KRX can break through. Let's get into Haven, our second map, as we toss it on over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Okay, some interesting changes coming through. Hyunmin bringing out the Jet on Haven. Something that we've seen a couple players try, but it hasn't been the most convincing pick. So what is this going to look like for KRX? Opt to not lean into the Phoenix.
Yeah, and you would have to suspect that maybe this attacker side could be a little tricky. You're running nothing.
Dong still trying to get this rewrap going through, but the shots coming out from Bane are not
tripped until kind of start making their hit anyway. Mako is actually the one who tripped it, and they're able to just isolate the players one by one. Work as a couple duos there. Get the job done. Very nicely handled.
It's all three pistols now in the hands of Global Esports. Look to avoid the Thrifty that was given over at the start of Fracture. Wait out on the nade, as well as that flash. Slow creep across, 5-player approach into Sewer. As Patman in the corner, able to spot out one. The back away, freeing, needing to close the gap, just has that shorty in hand. Gunman taken down at 8 HP on this entry, and Yudatan now backstabbing. Letting them know, yep, you've never cleared out main. We'll just leave it Young to try to find anything, and we'll find nothing. Flawless anti-eco from Global Esports as they kick things off 2-0.
Yeah, and I think you're going to be seeing a lot of difficulty for KRX, no matter which site they try to make some hits onto. Really well drilled, our Global Esports. Just waiting this one out. Bad here, a lot of comfort. Just sit in hell and let that Bulldog do its thing. Oh, snappy shot from Yudo, too.
4-0 start for him. After having a bit of a rough go on a Fracture. Spot out on that Outlaw. Decent amount of respect needing to be shown. Mako the only one with the half armor, but don't be taking down 10 HP.
Interesting setup here, using that grab net to get the TP up and then set up a sonic sensor as well. Try to give Javi a good chance. You don't see players get up on that box too often. So this is a very cheeky little setup. Young so far hasn't wanted to try to test it. In fact, he throws the trademark in there, but that's not going to get the spot. Javi's safe for now.
The exact onto the B side. See up and over here from Kenman. Free with the covering fire is able to find Crystal. Kenman does end up getting spammed down. Is freeing. Oh, a bit of a double take, but pushes forward. Able to find Yudatan. Quick refract back. Not thinking deep enough to escape. Mako able to clean up the final 2 kills. As KRX with themselves on the board. Fairly clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, some really nice work here by Free. A lot of the neons that you're seeing, you know, aren't necessarily fragging out of control. There's a few, of course, but he's had some pretty good moments. This one right here reads the refract perfectly. Eventually able to suss out Javi. I don't know if he ever sussed out the sonic sensor placement and the TP up, but didn't matter that round. Kind of keep my eye on that to see if that's something GE wants to go for again. Trying to tee up Yudo, the flash, to get into position.
Oh, they are almost lined up for him there. Young does get struck down. Patman, however, tagged to 5. Still alive, though. Still has the Seekers in the back pocket. Boys are trying to lead the way through. Barrier mesh now going to be lobbed in. Yudo re-swinging, playing off the Seekers. Knows that there's going to be one tucked away in the cubby. Mako Kid just TP across, then he does. Gets himself out towards safety. KRX, however, very much halted on entry at A.
Pretty quick dog, though. Doesn't see anything. That camera there, though, start to feel like maybe A is going to be the re-hit. So you try to re-clear that space, but you're just a little too eager with the Sky Util.
Tuck back, re-peek in. Well, they have spotted each other. Play now set up. Hyunmin again updrafting his way into the site. Patman tucked just around the corner, freeing, silently trying to scale in towards backside. Nothing going to be spotted there. Holding close. Position to be taken, and what a time to be found. Smoke dissipating, and Patman able to find the kill. Hyunmin now gone. The duelist's dead. It's just Mako and Bane. Just basically spray and pray this one. The full flash does connect. Bane has having to tuck away into the corner, but still the kill able to be found, and Mako cannot deny the defuse. 3-1. Global Esports looking alive and well on their map pick.
Yeah, so they're able to recover here really nicely. Even though KRX trying to get into some similar ideas in this round. The early pick, a good flash to tee him up. The smoke there as well. Patman, 5 HP, finds 2 kills. Beautiful work from him. Can't heal himself with his own heal even.
Good retake, guys.
Timeout.
A really nice retake. And a quick timeout this time from the KRX camp. Feeling so good after that fracture win and off to a rough start onto GE's pick. And they're happy to let teams take that attacker side against them. They love the Sentinels, so far so good. So much ability to gather information and control the map here with this comp. I mean, you can spread out the Deadlock util on a couple different sites. The Cypher util gives you so much ability to control. So far from what we've seen, Garage and C, to kind of help give you the ability to get into those flood retakes quicker if they pivot towards the C site, which we haven't seen other than the pistol round yet from KRX. So, that is really good.
Yeah, very nice artwork. Let's see if Young is going to be able to find that form that we saw from him last week. For the moment, leave just the 1 kill under his belt.
And you got to feel like this comp change for KRX is definitely keyed in a little bit towards him. Throwing the chamber there, what do you think can work with that? Jet so far hasn't had too much impact. It has given them that 1 round where he's able to get up high and kind of give Freeing a little bit of space to maneuver on the Neon and get some kills.
Double setup here at Garage. Quick little peek out, and Patman in the lion's share of KRX. Calls for the back away. Yudotan now to reroute. Try to get that up onto a decent line, but it's a re-explore from KRX, checking out around A main.
This is going to be the weak part of the map, and immediately Crystal has to throw down the barrier mesh because he has no other backup and no ability to get further forward info.
Up top, and there's the spot out. Taken low, but not taken down. The heals can come through. Hyunmin now winding forward into the Cloudburst, jumps across the opposite side. Slow little drift as there's the slow connecting, but the headshot will come through all the same. A little bit of fishing there with that shorty, and KRX just set up a shooting gallery as 3 players from Global Esports disappear. Young now in around the back, finds the first, cannot clean up the operator. I know Yuda's position. Do they try to go hunting? Their own economy not super great. Obviously we'll have the round win cash coming through. Looks like Bane will try to get this flank through. Yuda's, however, about to peek into the angle. Can he be a little bit faster? No. Operator will be lost, and KRX find themselves a 2nd round win.
Yeah, and they just double down on the verticality of the B site. This time they add an extra layer to it by putting Mako up there, but Hyunmin, really nasty stuff there. Finds the headshot on the 2nd tap. He's able to get that full rate of fire going again. Mako from on high, and Young gets in there, and that's a really solid round. So a little bit surprising there with all that space they were being given on A that they would wrap over. Felt like maybe it was a bit of a trap.
Up carried over into Young's hands. Yudo considering the peek, and flick not to come through, and Yudotan actually is the one who gets the shot. Bane Able to heal the chamber back up to full. Yotan still demanding and commanding respect here. Regardless of the weaponry in hand.
It's a very contact-heavy comp that KRX is going to be running, so have to be a little further forward to clear some of that util. See if that's something that GE can try to punish. Good grab net there, and a good barrier mesh. It's a nice little round-around adjustment. You know, it gets cleared quick. You're delayed.
This much tension onto a B side of Haven for quite some time, but Crystal check around the back, ends up getting caught there. Spring's able to find him. Yudotan, however, putting Hyunmin down. Duelist's dead and into a 3v3, but obviously the weaponry still favoring KRX. And seeing that player around the corner. Bane trying to hold here, keep it protected, but Sheriff shots end up going wide. Young able to find Patman. Swing out, Bane gets rid of Yudotan, and now the Neural Theft invested in Autumn gets the bad news. In 1v2, the players split apart. He's already down below half HP. Wants to at least just try to take the weapons out of their hands if he can. Swoop coming in, finds the operator. Gets himself a window of opportunity, but has to start sticking this. This is no problem. Taps it, baits it, Bane wide, swings it. Takes the fight, closes it out. A 3K here for the initiator of KRX. And now a third round win as well as they tie it up.
Yeah, so since the timeout, KRX has gotten a couple rounds to go. Using the Seekers there to try to lead the way. That trip, though, ends up slowing down Free and still gets the kill, but gets caught by Autumn anyway. Bane, really sharp today. Great decision on the wide swing.
We need to...
Timeout.
Yep, there we go. Now the counter timeout quickly here by Frost. Not too surprising. Although I thought there were some good adjustments from GE. The weaponry just, you know, a little bit weaker there. But the way that they were immediately reacting with the deadlock util to slow up that hit, to give them a better opportunity for that fast counter to the execute. They had moved over a sonic sensor and a tripwire onto the B side as well. So even though it didn't get the round win, it was still pretty costly for KRX. So kind of see what they want to do after this timeout. I mean, so much of this, again, relies on contact from KRX. So I think you just set up some of those trips a little bit deeper, try to play some of those kill trips where you're just trying to swing off of that contact. I think you can maybe do something. Maybe have a flash set up off of one of it. Try to get another freebie. I saw that pretty early on at A lobby.
Fan over from China to visit one of their lost prospects here in Autumn.
Doing a thing.
There's a Yudotan, he's gonna go pushing, and he's gonna be rewarded. Has to use the, oh, actually doesn't have to use the dash. And there's the heals with regen armor. He's right back up to full, so Mako dead, smokes down. Yudotan looking for the timing, shot, freeing, down to 30. KRX, oh, they are going to be having a bad time as they try to finally attack a different site. Kenman, however, maybe coming alive, finds himself 2 kills. Oh. Annihilation not quite going to be able to find the grab. Meanwhile, Young scaling forward, held at bay for now, and the shorty's going to take a hell of a while to try to break that one out. It's Crystal now on the approach and eventually is rewarded as Young re-swings into the spray.
I think Hyunmin used his dash to get away from that annihilation.
May have done. Way. He's in a 1v3 now. They know that he hasn't exited out of long because of the position from Autumn. Everything being watched. Quick peek and Hobby down to 4. So Autumn's like, okay, I might have to scale forward here instead of just watching the exit. Gives it a consideration. There's a Paranoia, the net going to be connecting.
30 seconds left.
That Paranoia allows for the TP up over the top from Hobby. To go unnoted. Being said, Hyunmin is still suspicious about it. Smoke now falling. Not checking up. The swing in. Finds the first. And okay, Hobby will be able to close it out. He gets that kill, and suddenly an ace clutch starts looking a hell of a lot more likely, but the timeout call working a treat here for Global Esports.
Yeah, Yudo, so clean. Sees the tracers and says, I know right where you're standing. He dashes away here from the annihilation.
Got the re-trigger on it.
Not going to show it. Still, again, I'm so impressed with both of these teams and their protocols and how they're so creative on the fly there, you know, using that Paranoia to get up on the box, create the extra angle. There goes the tour de force. Try to challenge the op potentially, but Yudo just going for the play off of the flash. Autumn just trying to see what he can see. Get a little bit further forward, use the cam. The kill cam this time. Bane though, checks it with the dog first, and now he's in trouble.
Should be, but Paranoia as well going to be invested in Bane. And it's labored, but eventually is able to find the kill. Worked down 25 health though. Ooh, Hyunmin eventually able to find the reset. Things looking a little bit more whiffy overall for KRX. Now overdrive popped and immediately taken down. Quick peek in, Young with the tour de force finds the kill on a crystal. Now the plant getting ready to come through on the C site. 2v4, the op in hand. Yuton maybe could swap one out of garage. The weapon is clear.
See the save here.
Should be the call. Yeah, looks like it will be. KRX punching back, looking to just make this neck and neck, tie it up 4-4.
Again, really good. KRX so aware of any of the trap setups that could be possible. Saw it on Fracture, saw it here again. You know, with Autumn trying to sneak his way into the cubby, and once Bane gets the spot, the Paranoia's there, and even though Autumn does some damage, just completely screwed there, and that just opens up so much space. Young as well, ready for the garage peek. That's basically round over. So the back and forth on this map continues.
Keeping it tight, though. It does end up being, 3 ults invested. Sort of force knives as well as that overdrive that didn't get to do much of anything. Should have, I think, just enough money maybe on Mako to be able to get the operator online if that's what they want to go for, but seems like not the case here.
There.
Yuton, of course, carrying his over. So still a good amount of firepower available to Global Esports.
I'm out of here.
The player surviving, now reinforced as well by a judge in the hands of Hobby.
This is an anticipated B hit by GE. They were already pinging out the top boxes on the mini-map.
Clear the camera, they jump across. There's the confirmation. Trailblazer goes over to the left, doesn't check, but no, I think he does get the spot there onto Pat Menz. The barrier mesh quickly gets cleared out.
It's a great setup. You have so much control on the map right now, but it's an even better read from KRX. Realizing they can't overcommit to the B hit this time.
Trailblazer, however, it re-clears out into mid, so nothing gonna be spotted there. That's gonna cause the rotations now to start coming through, but KRX, I mean, they're just looking to push right back into this, refill this space. Maybe re-attack this site. Cloudburst, though, thrown down to maybe draw a little bit of a fake, as both teams, I think, are just trying to play mind games with one another.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth in the mental battle between Bane and Javi.
Well, Seeker's a bit of a cheat code here in the round. Yuton at Heaven. Operator in hand, the updraft tracking Hyunmin. He's able to find it, re-peeks, looking for Young, but cannot take him down. Kind of spam out, and Freeing will claim him. Crystal collects the op. Mako at the same time, looking for the backstab, but if he slow walks through B, we'll be able to dodge on the Sonic sensors, and Bane just giving him a quick peek in. Mako's approach. Oh, this could be devastating. They're not quite reading it. Now he strikes. He's able to find the one. The Paranoia going to go crashing across the 2 at the connector. Flash not deep enough as well. The flush of the players here at Hell. The jump forward, Autumn dead. The slide across, Patman very snappy to readjust. Leads up the 1, taps the defuse, but Young, tucked over into the corner, is able to claim the kill. KRX now in the lead 5-4.
I mean, it's just a great battle of mid-rounding here, trying to find the open space, and KRX eventually susses out that, yeah, the B site really not going to be that easy. Able to clean up the operators. First one, Yudo. The second one, Crystal, has to drop down to go for a big play. Just misses. Young. Very sturdy. Grab the op, they did. Want to put it in Young's hands. Yudo has his ult. Gonna try to play in off the grab net, but nothing being given over here. KRX taking their time at the beginning of these rounds now. Don't want to fall for any more of those traps like they did in the very early part of the map. Use that to set up a little bit of a deeper trademark than you would normally see.
Very all-in angle from Autumn with no shotgun behind this. Trailblazer to come through, pops the cage, but gets the stun here onto the corner, and it's just going to be a little bit of a strafe and spray from Hyunmin to come up with the goods. Yeah, one forward into the corner. Mako.
Oh my God.
Oh, looking around the back, and I don't believe he's been spotted. Seekers, however, that will go ahead and give up the ruse. They can't really commit the resources to try to flush him out. They have to play forward. The spike is in play. Full flash connecting onto Young. Mako will be able to win out the one. Double dashing in. Young does end up falling, but Hyunmin guns down another 3. Crystal now, last one standing, looking to try to fight his way out of a bad situation, and he cannot. 6-4, KRX starting to find their footing here on Haven.
Yeah, they're really starting to understand the map flow. The early round tricks and traps, and then kind of finding the open space on the map. And once again, it's Autumn tucked in a spot where the sky ends up. He gets done dirty by the dog. But yeah, you know, you're gambling in those spots as Autumn. You're hoping that the sky isn't there. You're hoping to catch like the chamber or somebody else.
But also, I mean, having to take the time to throw the cage down ends up costing you dearly as well. He's already been spotted at that point. Young waiting for this peek to come through, and quick little how you do is Yuton once again will be able to strike down the rookie.
Really nice time. Really nice timing.
And he will happily collect that operator.
Thank you.
Esports looking to get themselves another thrifty win, or at least a half buy if you want to consider it that.
They put out an early barrier mesh on the B site this time too. Does Global Esports trying to control the map a little bit. Deep trips, camera in the corner. Clear of it. KRX suspects a trap. They're wise to.
The up and over. Yuton though, expecting this potential flank, but noise is going to be made. Get the spot onto these 2 players, the spike in hand, and obviously no ult available. As Ring pushing forward is able to find Javi. At the same time though, Crystal is dead, and Patman is only going to be good for 1. Hyunmin was 0-4-0, I believe, at the start of this one. Now it's 12-7. It's been a monstrous recovery from him. Yuton now, his work cut out for him. 1v3, just check on the angle. A little bit of a linger, but nothing spotted. He's got to back away. So KRX moving up to 7, locking up a lead at the half and potentially looking at an 8-4.
Well, they spread the map and
Spring is getting close.
Oh boy.
They're making that noise. Peek in, the flick not connecting. Slides back around the corner, and he's got him dead to rights. Operator lost.
Oh boy.
Bad to worse for Global Esports.
Big round coming up. Oh, just ahead of the rendezvous. But Hyunmin, poor Crystal, wasn't even ready. Oh. Third one was nice. This is really well played by Freeing. Back and forth there against the op.
Yeah, your movement's good is what you're saying.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, really?
Peek in the mid. We've just Patman firing, so multiplayer presence is not going to be noted quite yet for KRX.
Well, and KRX is
I got spike.
looking for one of those deadlock grab that trap plays. So he used the dog a little bit earlier here. Do find out that, well, at the very least, no information in terms of any player spotted over at A. So what do you make of that as KRX? Do you think that's a trap? Do you want to just try to bait out some of the util? That's been the name of the game so far here. Done a really nice job being pretty diligent, especially with the Cypher util.
Smoke back of sight. Fast lane set up. Meanwhile, Bane.
What?
Just storming his way into B. Patman going to be caught unawares. Kill found, stunned up, and Autumn still going to be good for the 1. Young is trying to punish him, trying to peel it back, but Autumn holds his own for another. Bako backpedaling Hyunmin, spraying and praying and connecting.
30 seconds
Tommy nearly eliminated. Gotten this into a 2v2, but it will still be. The player's alive. As the TP coming across to pivot now to the B site. Pump the brakes, a check. They see that C is empty, and Hyunmin swings off the back of that. Yunotan trying to find the punish, but he's giving up his position now, and the plant starts coming through. The players split. Hyunmin re-peaks, Yunotan dead! And this is brilliant from KRX! Crystal now having to clutch it out, and he sent out the net. They know that he's on that A connector side. The peak is in, and Hyunmin is dominant! 8-4, KRX. They are looking to make this a very swift affair.
And that's 5 in a row, but you know, even though Mako might not be lighting up the scoreboard like he was on Fracture, this round right here, brilliant. Using that TP to escape the convergent pass, and then Javi used his TP too, like you said, to check, and just did not anticipate that Hyunmin could be there already.
It's a
halftime.
A smarter version of the Jing cancel TP play.
Yeah.
Where instead of him canceling it himself, peeking, catching somebody in rotation, Hyunmin's there ready to just swing out that garage window.
Well, the Jing TP play was, it's smart because it was so dumb.
Yes. It wraps back around. It's one of those.
It's the Mobius strip.
Yeah. So it's the broken clock play.
I mean, Hyunmin, what a stellar half he ended up putting up on that Jet. We were kind of questioning it, right? At the beginning, we're like, you know, sometimes Jets feel a little bit scary in this meta. You don't feel like you're able to kind of give that utility impact. But if you could frag, man, and he looks super comfy.
We saw Zexy trying to do it at the start. Wasn't looking well. He makes the swap over onto the Phoenix. Pretty much nobody else is playing Jet.
Right.
Because, I mean, thinking about Jet on Haven for the longest time, it's been nothing but lowlights that really come to mind.
Yeah.
Vitality, back over Masters Bangkok, etc., stuff like that. It makes you think, like, yeah, I don't know if this is going to go well at all. And at the start, it really didn't.
Right.
But Hyunmin has refound his groove, and he is absolutely farming at the moment.
I mean, he's just stellar.
He picked up, 3 more kills without dying there in that last round.
Well, he had multiple 3Ks there in that half. This went absolutely crazy. Took over. And again, you're going to have to play a lot of contact here. So I like what I'm seeing on the map early from KRX. Understanding the win cons of this comp. Pushed out early. A lot of different parts of the map, but Yunotan catches Bane.
Quick check and a quick kill, freeing, trying to clear out a main. And it's going to be whiffy as all hell. Crystal able to find that kill. Gives the ghost upgrade over. Javi happily collecting that. Smoke to try to delay, but they're already swarming their way forward onto the same site. Global Esports might just end up going flawless in the pistols.
Spike planted.
They can find this one here.
Pull a DFM, win all the pistols, and don't win any of the maps. You hope that doesn't happen.
This would just be a classic Vision Strikers as well.
Yeah.
Lose them all, win the series.
That's true.
Time is bleeding away, and Patman with a very nice backstab. Gets the one tap to drop down. Young able to find the timing on a Hobby, but Autumn is there in the corner. And now it is just Mako with a classic. He's worked some miracles before, and he's been looking damn good today, but yeah, this one's just not going to happen. So, 4-0 in pistols. Global Esports trying to shrink that gap down. Just 3 rounds separating them now.
Yeah, even though I like the thought process here from KRX early, just really well handled. I mean, Yunotan has been really good all day. Continues to be for GE. Patman finds nice lurk timing. And then you're in a 2v4 retake or 2v3, and it's pretty tricky.
Come on,
Just a classic there for Mako too. It's going to be challenging, to say the least. No buy-ups at all. No bandits this time. KRX already losing a player.
Yep, there goes Young. He will continue.
Let's see. You know the sky's over there. So you're probably suspecting there's one more on A, so BRC feeling a little juicier.
And yep, C looking to be the option where it's just Mako tucked in the corner. About to be in a world of hurt, you would suspect.
Yeah, and you can just trust Crystal with the Marshall there to watch your backs. It's just, are you going to be able to read this position? Marco Polo. Mako.
Oh, uh-oh. Timing.
One down.
Haven't been able to find Crystal. That's going to be handed over, but Mako cannot get one. If he finds one there, starts looking like, okay, maybe this Thrifty could come through, but So just that Marshall, Hyunmin, still working his way through mid. Seems quite unlikely, especially as he does get noted by the Cypher cam. So it could just be a group up from KRX. Not trying to give any additional ult charge over. Yudaton is already well past halfway. 3 charges off having that conversion paths. So yeah, it will just be a tuck back and death to Spike, it would seem, aside from Hyunmin, who has a little bit more firepower, so would like to try to see if he can take something out of the hands of Global Esports.
Should be sending Patman here one way or another, I would think, as Global. Wow, Hyunmin.
Getting the intercept.
That's one of the guns.
Yeah, one of the players that had a weapon. Peek coming through, Yudaton will stop him, and Bane says, yep, I'm not going to swing that corner. So Spike death going to be suffered here by the 2 remaining players of KRX. Global Esports 2 rounds away from tying this up if they can find a bonus conversion. And oh boy, we might just have a series on our hands.
Absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a misstep here at the very end of the round by Global by not sending Pat, like leaving him on the site or sending him out to go looking a little bit. But
yeah.
Other than that, they read the map extremely well there. In the beginning part, yeah, you lose a couple players to a trap play at, you know, with the Marshall up at a lobby and whatever. That's not too big of a deal. But got a couple Guardians, 3 Guardians.
Young again. He's just not finding his groove at all today.
Very, very different map than Lotus, and could be pretty tricky. Doesn't seem as comfortable as we saw him the other day.
He needs to have that, you know, texture-esque rebound chamber on this map. Just don't really see it happening.
Not yet.
Flash forward, Yudaton nearly going a little bit too far, but
yeah,
manages to plant his feet. Paranoia going to be sent over towards backside the scale forward. Mako, however, he's unable to steady that spray. Spring has to come in as a second layer. Ooh, gets slowed down by the saturate, the smoke to fall, and Patman to win out the fight. Gunman, however, charging forward, finding one, knows that he's got Patman corralled. Kill found, tap of the defuse into a 2v2, and Crystal's out into the open. And he's narrowly able to stay alive. The retap, though, and even this tripwire around the corner. Try to slow it up. He's looking for the wall bang to try to get rid of it. And now is effectively body blocking. He's still, however, able to find the kill. The retap, the swing in, the reset from Bane.
Oh boy.
The fuse to come through, and he is going to have it. That is a narrow win, however, for KRX. It's looking so very good for Global Esports to get that bonus conversion.
Oh man. Hyunmin, though, makes this damn close. Yeah, Mako got ahead. I thought for a second he was stuck behind the barrier mesh, but he actually got ahead of it. Caused a little bit of chaos for a moment. Even though GE stabilizes for a brief second, Hyunmin just slams in there. Crystal had been a little bit more patient, but I don't think he knew if it was to half or not.
Back in a flash.
You know, just disrespecting the flash. He had the refract, so if there was any contact, then so be it. But he's going fishing, seeing if anybody's in there, trying to drum up some attention.
I mean, at this point, they've been fully committing Young to this A-long position. Just given the way that he's been playing, I don't think you need to really have too much concern. So yeah, go for it. Rush that angle. Doesn't find him this time around.
Yeah.
So Young goes for a little bit of a safer position.
Well, I think the other thing to consider here as KRX is that the Annihilation is in place. You don't want to get maybe a catch onto that, and then, you know, GE could quick scale behind it. It's got to be a little bit cautious. Hyunmin. He's going to use those footsteps.
Here's the rotate out. Get far enough away, could just dash up over this tripwire that is set up, but if he goes for the peak timing at the moment, he's going to maybe have Patman dead. They get around the corner just in time, though.
Do the same barrier mesh, yeah. Has to clear it with the knife, but the same barrier mesh here caused a bit of a pause from KRX. Oh, traded.
Young able to find Autumn, but like you said, kill in response, Yudaton taking him down, flash out, into the swing! Cannot find that second kill. Bane going to be grabbed up by the Annihilation as Mako has to tuck back. Convergent paths slowing down the potential flood. Go into a 3v3. Freeing needs to close the gaps. Still does have the full kit available. Has that judge in hand. Blade Bolt's gonna be set. Hyunmin gonna be sniped out of the sky. Yudotan coming away with that kill, but he himself will fall. Weapon now gonna be swapped over. Freeing on the peak is looking for it, but they pick their targets, one a pop. Global Esports stop KRX from getting up to double digits.
Yeah, really nice. Just little mid-round change up here from Global Esports that gives them just enough space. Looked like for a moment that trademark might have slowed him up enough, but you have the waylay, you have the scaling, and that Annihilation got there just in the nick of time. Had to use the convergent pass as well, though, to confirm the Annihilation and also give yourself space for the plant. So 2 ults invested, but they get it. And the narrowest of margins, to be honest. KRX almost had a window into that one, but instead they're going to be on the eco. Young does take armor. Wants to try to do some damage with that Headhunter, but this time he's going to be over onto C. 3-player stack on A. KRX playing it patiently in the smoke. This doesn't look like the direction that GE wants to go. Crystal just going to set up that sonic sensor so he doesn't get...
Yeah, don't get timing.
Don't get timing to get...
It's okay. That's evolution.
That's what you do.
That's learning.
Yeah, that's right. Something I'll never do.
Yeah, preventative measures. Quite good. Young up and over the top.
Did they see him?
Spot? I don't believe so.
I think they did.
The flick down, but just takes a little bit too long. Hyunmin, however, oh my god. Out like a thief of the night. Skips to the handle, but does get tagged to 12 HP. Repeats and still is going to be coming away with a kill.
Explain.
I mean, Sip Breeze would have killed him. Bane now getting tagged. Blind spray takes him to 18. So weapon's going to be passed over into Mako's hands now. This Trailblazer, I don't believe, goes deep enough.
30 seconds left.
Stun found. Bane here, classic in hand, trying to find some right-click damage, but it's going to be Mako as Patman swings out a little bit wider. Drops the spike. Just now on top of Plat.
Oh boy.
Crystal in a 1v2. Brotherhood of the Traveling Panel. Spring now will collect it.
And yeah, he can dash. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage
he
there.
Does. At the time, Crystal's going to have to commit to this sooner rather than later. He's just, no, it's over. Mako will confirm it. The round win. Double digits goes to KRX. They pull off a thrifty.
Some of these rounds just come down to who's going to outshoot who on the site. And this time it's Mako and Hyunmin. It's a big kill. I kind of wonder if Patman saw or just they just guessed. Yudotan was very ready for that angle. Mako, man.
That rifle. That damn rifle.
Nice.
Well,
at least he smiles now, though. That's you know, he's also evolving. I remember back in the day when he'd hit the nastiest, 1v4 clutch, and there wouldn't even be a reaction.
Nice.
Good round, guys.
They both try to stem the flood. Up and over the top. The Bucky not going to be finding too much damage, but they do force out that refract. Freeing, feeling safe enough to just plant his feet and wait out the paranoia. Swing now going to be coming in. Holds it down for 2. Patman and Yudotan both going to be eliminated. Plant, however, is in play, but it's a player deficit for Global Esports. Spam found. Hyunmin tucked away at backside. Wins out the fight. Autumn now gone. Javi holding close, the judge in hand. The barrier mesh cutting off the C connector side. Time is starting to bleed. Young, however, a little bit cleaner on that fight. Javi will fall. KRX find themselves another round win. Now up to 11. Restretching this gap between the two teams, I should say. And they've got so many ultimates as well to work with.
I feel like GE gets baited by their own Seekers here. They're so tunneled on those 2 Seekers. And they, the dog's there too to tee up Freeing. What coordination and timing from KRX back there. And then they're just out fragging them. They're just out shooting them. This is looking pretty good. I just assumed the round timer was going to be stopped. I had already just anticipated a timeout.
Right? Looks like he's going to be saving it for potentially the final buy round. Net no catch. Mako up on top of the box. Just Javi on that sewer side. Meanwhile, Bane peeking out from the site. towards main. Flash going to be connecting, sends out his own. Mako might have got caught by that a little bit. Either way, the paranoia certainly has. As he goes TPing into the corner, trying to play elusively. Spraying and praying, though, giving up that spot, but still able to hold his own, as it is just a bloodbath here. Spring pops the overdrive and zaps them all to death. Cleans up the 4K. Thrifty's not allowed. KRX are at match point.
Wow. Man, Mako's so creative, dude. The way he uses Freeing's fast lane to TP into that cubby and just causes chaos. Yes, they kill him, they trade him, but that opens up so much space for Freeing to get going. Of course, has the ult.
Well, keep the bets on the table. GE are letting it ride. Young, tour de force, bested off the rip. Has reshifted over towards this C side of the map.
Tour de force.
Push in the garage, potentially going to be coming through. Still do have that trademark. Coming, turns the flash and will be flushed out. However, going to be exchanged. So Duelist dead. A lot of the entry power going to be taken out of the equation here for Global Esports, but they get TP in the back sight, and Young ends up falling. Still an opportunity, still a chance. Dodged, Freeing dead. Plant in play. And that is just going to be Mako and Bane quickly making the call to go for the save.
Okay, nice work by Patman in this round. Just winning some big contact fights. The one against Young in particular. Crucial to open up that extra bit of space and angles. Feel that safety to plant the spike and cut off any hope of Freeing trying to get in there. I think we're gonna go hunting this time. Cash does not look too good for GE. And of course, there's plenty for KRX. So
yeah, you're not gonna put a dent.
Nope.
Saw the declaration of the org breaking even for a second year in a row. Right now, Valorant team is very much in the profit.
Tell you what, I think we're starting to feel good about QM coming in here and bringing their weight to bear on this org. So far, so good.
I think the baseball team can play as well as
it's
KRX
not.
is
You know,
right
let's
now.
not get my hopes up. Let's just not.
Timeout.
I've been a Cubs fan for so long. We got the one World Series.
You're just in a cycle of misery.
That is correct.
From Cubs to QM.
It has been.
Story.
Yeah, and basically most of my sports teams have been trash. That's okay though. You know, it's for the love of the game.
Well, timeout call. Frost got to be loving. This team was able to keep them in this one. KRX looking to just bring this one to an end. It's a little bit risky though. Obviously, it's their second time out. Still that one in the back pocket for Global Esports, so if they can continue this run back, look to take this into overtime. Termi's not going to have any way of stopping it, so he is putting his faith, his trust in the team to end this right here, right now.
Yeah, I think this might be a little bit on how to handle some of the C pressure, some of the protocols that they want to put into place, because that's been where GE's been able to create some space for themselves in these rounds. So I wanted to shift positions maybe of the chamber again. You know, Young's been having a little bit of trouble over there. So they might be trying something a little bit different off that. Annihilation as well to consider. They're gonna push out deep. Two players, Chamber and the Jet. Nobody just yet for GE, but GE could just keep scaling here. There's nobody there, and they're gonna guess correctly. They're gonna try to explore mid a little bit to sell this, to keep some players locked in on this side of the map. Mako, Paranoia ready.
Spin up the Trailblazer. Paranoia now going to be sent. Saturate will connect, but he can be up into the smoke at heaven. We heard, but Yudotan is the site here for the rest of the team. Still that double lurk, though. As Hyunmin not going to stay on the angle. Be able to find a catch. Barrier mesh layered into the connector. Exit onto the site. Spike still not yet being planted, so DRX had to give it consideration that they've actually rotated, but now they hear the tap. They're all nearby, so this could be a very fast flood. The barrier mesh taken down as well as that sonic sensor. Look out, relay bolt, not connecting onto anyone as freeing, loses his life. Patman able to find the one, Yutan Autumn with others. Mako trying to fight his way back into this one, but he almost just got that op. Cover going out. Doesn't seem like there's going to be really anything else to be done here other than exit and save. The timeout call will not bring this map to its conclusion. Global Esports continue to pry their way back into this.
This is such a tough retake you face, even with the delay that GE takes. A little pause there, give KRX a little bit more time, but because you have Javi and Autumn clearing space over in grass, over towards B, they know nobody's coming behind them, and you've got the trips behind it, so all eyes can be turned forward, and all you really have to clear space there is the neon and some flashes. They try to use the jet dash to get in there, but Pat does a great job here just shutting things down initially. Look at the reset on the aim to take Freeing down before you can even get into the equation. Pat's been instrumental in a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, it's been damn clean. Freeing unable to find that kill. Means that Hyunmin ends up being isolated. He's surrounded, gets picked apart. Very well played by Global Esports. 3 more. Operator going to be in the hands of Yong.
Shadows traveling.
That cash starting to get whittled away at on the KRX side.
Another trap setup. Trying to use those tendencies from the previous round where they didn't really do much over at A, and GE just kind of kept scaling that way the whole round. So they're saying, well, maybe we can try that again. They try to use a sky flash to maybe sell that, you know, there is some presence there.
ZETA gonna push this. Once maybe all in off the back of that Trailblazer, but Bolt will buy Freeing the space that he needs to escape. Evacuates and doesn't quite find the shot. He gets away scot-free. No damage suffered. The sights now get turned over towards B. It is just Bane by himself.
Trip is there.
Very long. Getting cleared out. Dash forward now into the back pedal. As Autumn, he's calling that he's got some decently free space, but Mako sticks around, finds the catch, gets the punish. Now things starting to scramble a little bit. Mako tucks away into the corner, sees the paranoia fly. The repeat back from Bane, sees them outside of B site once again. Oh, does he just send this one? It's gonna be a shotgun blast, but Gunman very much the same. Hits the right click crystal down into a 3v3, but Freeing dead on arrival. Jump into the corner, Young not pulling the trigger.
Oh no.
Swaps over the weaponry. Setting up the trademark. Jump out. Quick pump of that shorty. Kill unable to be found as Mako tries to take to the high ground. The push forward. Target's gonna be found! And Young comes alive when it matters most. 3 kills for the rookie and a 13-9 victory for KRX.
Just a really solid day for KRX, who now or in particular on display.
change? And was that in a way to throw off the boards?
이제 원래는 테오를 맡으셨다가 이번에 네온으로 이렇게 요원 변경을 하셨잖아요. 본인은 좀 어떻게 그 변화에 대해서 느끼고 있는지, 그리고 사실 뭐 글로벌 e스포츠를 상대하기 위한 전략의 일부였는지도 듣고 싶습니다.
사실 저희가 대회 때도 그렇고 스크림 할 때도 그렇고 수비가 조금 많이 불안정했는데 제가 테오를 버리고 네온을 했을 때 그래도 좀 수비가 좀 안정성이 생겨서 그렇게 바뀐 것 같습니다.
I think we just came to realize that we need to improve and work on our defense. So, and it actually showed that the team could perform better if I dropped the tail and picked up the neon. So I think that's how, that's the backstory behind that.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment. Are we gonna see you on another duelist maybe?
다른 타격대도 혹시 좀 스포 가능하실까요?
터미 형이 뭐 시켜주신다면.
If Termy lets me.
There it is. We were talking a lot about Bane, and you were there for this journey wherein Mako was IGLing for a time, and then it went over to Bane, and he was improving slowly. Glow and Termy have said that Bane is really improving as an IGL. How do you feel that as somebody who has to follow his call?
이제 또 마코 선수였다가 베인 선수로 IGL 변경이 있었잖아요. 본인은 좀 느끼기에 베인 선수의 IGL이 얼마나 안정화됐다고 느끼시나요?
확실히 초반에 하빈이도 IGL을 처음 할 때 좀 약간 불안정했지만 그래도 저희가 스크림도 많이 하고 대회도 지금 조금 했다 보니 지금은 좀 많이 안정돼서 명건이보다 조금 더 좋은 IGL일 수도라고 생각합니다.
When he first picked up the role, when Bane first picked up the role, it was a little bit shaky because everything needs adjusting time. But now I think with the scrims and the amount of practices that we're putting in, maybe he's a better IGL than Mako.
Ooh.
He looked very good today, so
that's true.
Can't take anything away from him. I want to ask a little bit about your game next week against Genji. How are you feeling for that game, and how important is that game for you and your team?
이제 다음은 젠지전이 다음 주에는 젠지전이 있잖아요. 좀 그 경기는 어떻게 보고 계실까요?
젠지 너무 이기고 싶은 팀이고 사실 그래서 이제 저희가 이제 뭐 좀 부족한 부분, 부족한 맵들 열심히 연습해서 이제 다음 주 경기를 준비하도록 해보겠습니다.
자신 있으신가요?
네.
네. Well, Genji really want to take a win against them, and we are going to prepare a lot. So that's what he said. So I was like, "Are you confident?" And he was like, "네," which is yes.
Okay. And finally, because there are a lot of people watching this match, a lot of people have been waiting for this match. I want to ask you if you have a message to all of the fans out there watching for KRX.
오늘 이제 정말 많은 팬분들의 관심을 받은 경기잖아요. 팬분들께도 한마디 해주시죠.
오늘 좀 잘했던 매치 같은데 오늘도 역시나 응원해줘서 너무 감사드리고 다음 경기도 꼭 응원해주세요. 감사합니다.
Well, I think we really did what we wanted to do today, and it really showed throughout today's game. So we're gonna try to make that happen in our next one. And thank you for sending so much support. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다, Freeing. Thank you so much. Congratulations on that win. And I'm very sad we didn't get any popcorn. Popcorn 없어.
Yeah.
for us, we didn't have any popcorn on ours. I actually thought he might have, brought some.
That would have been nice. I'm getting hungry, but
I know I'm getting
we gotta wait. We gotta wait because we know this next series is going to be a banger as well. Looking at the MVP, it's Hyunmin today who takes it. I mean, he was very, very electric in the server. I feel like, especially in that map too, he took over on that jet. Great to see him back on that combination.
Yeah, he put in a pretty good shift on the Raze as well. He's just ever consistent. He's ever reliable, and I think Freeing was right up there with him on the Neon. Both of the duelists doing a lot of damage for KRX today, and as mentioned, the rest of the core playing quite well around that. So I think KRX very deserved of a 2-0, and a pretty clean 2-0 considering they lost every pistol in that series.
Yeah, it was, but it also felt like, maybe it was going according to plan. Who knows? KRX is like, they look so clean, so maybe they're like, it's okay, we can let this one go. Would you agree?
I mean, they felt relaxed. They didn't look phased by the fact.
No, that's not how it works,
away from it.
You take every pistol win you can get.
I mean, like, yes, sure. But of course, coming up, we also have the Japanese team derby. We have ZETA Division taking on DFM. And ZETA Division, they've actually been trending upward. They've been looking good so far. They were very, very close to a win. Whoa, 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 whoa there.
Whoa, back up, buddy.
Whoa, step back. That's a bit too close there. Almost as close as their match versus RQ, where they, looked really good.
Man, this team, it's just, if I could sum it up in a motto, it's so close but no cigar. They're just not getting it over the line. Despite how good they look, at times they keep having these maps that go all the way, but they're just not getting the wins. They're 0-2 in this group.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the Japanese teams and orgs included in Pacific, they are all winless. So it is a rough state of affairs for ZETA, for DFM, and for Valorant. They're all in the same group, and some of them have yet to play each other. So there is going to be a lot more that kind of decides. I think the Japanese-specific matchups in this group are going to decide who actually makes it through the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. They're quite lucky in a way. They are in that group of life, the group of prosperity. So there is a way through for these teams. There is a way through for one of these Japanese organizations, DFM, Valorant, or ZETA Division. One of them will get that playoff spot. Yeah. So this game today is going to be crucial in determining who's able to
for one of them to live, the other two must die.
Yes, it's there's a lot of sacrifice that's going to go into this. And for DFM, this was a team that impressed us, like, all the way in kickoff and right off the bat. But I can't help but feel like they're stagnating a little bit.
I mean, they're just all over the place. To be honest, it's one of their best finishes ever. They've gone from stage 2 having a top 6, I believe, top 5 in kickoff, and then as they head into stage 1, they start changing everything up. They start changing the roles. They can't start playing a completely different style than what they found success with. It's just been a little bit all over the place from DFM. I think they really need to go back to the drawing board and rediscover what was working so well for them.
Exactly. They need to press that emergency meeting button. They need to course correct this ship, because I do think they have some winnable games coming up. I think they kind of had a front-loaded schedule there, and Full Sense and T1. Those were both games that they would have been expected to lose no matter what. Now is a real opportunity for to turn them around and move towards playoffs.
Yes, absolutely. I think that, DFM, when they mentioned in the press conference about how in high-pressure situations they tend to lose sight of, like, their protocols and everything, but they tend to lose a bit of that creativity as well. So that's quite worrisome as the matches get tougher and tougher, because playoffs is on the line here. We look at the record that they have so far, and as we mentioned, Japanese teams are winless so far, but that will change today.
Yeah, 100%. Someone's going to get a dub on the board, and that's going to go a long way towards getting one of these Japanese teams into the playoffs. So, look, we'll see what kind of form both of these teams are going to be bringing. I'm super interested in the Veto specifically, because I feel like a lot of these Japanese teams do tend to play things a little bit safer, but what they always do deliver is banger viewing parties. Both ZETA and DFM are going to be there. My question is, where is Manny? The original ZETA guy, because I've seen him at some, celebrating DFM from time to time.
When they needed him most, he vanished.
Let's see which he has to pick a side today.
No,
you can't be
Manny.
in 2 places at once, mate.
Well, wherever you are, Manny, whichever team you chose, I'm pretty sure you're going to be having such a good time, and everybody around you is also going to be having a good time. We look at the maps here, because you mentioned that map discussion was going to be very, very interesting for this match.
Yeah, so you've seen Pearl banned out by ZETA twice, and it's been picked by DFM, but they haven't won on it yet. They've lost both of their opening games of Pearl against T1 and Full Sense, and they've played kind of a funky double E-net comp. I'm wondering if Pearl is going to come up in this veto, but similarly for ZETA, they've had some success on Split.
Yeah, I mean, I think Split has definitely been the place where I would like to see them take this. I mean, we saw Absol go absolutely crazy that first time round, so we know he's got it in him. And like this shows here, DFM have left Split open, so this is going to be a big point of contention. Could easily see ZETA picking this, or for sure this being left as a map 3 decider.
And then Breeze is the other one I'm kind of curious about, because you haven't seen it played by ZETA in a very long time, since 2024. And DFM, on the other hand, they've been banning Breeze since they got crushed by Patman and GE earlier on. Ever since this traumatic experience that they suffered at the hands of Patman, they have not wanted to touch Breeze with a 10-foot pole.
I mean, I can't blame them. You got to run away from that.
Wasn't
as
that
far
a
as
record-setting one as well?
Yeah, you got bad memories there.
There you go. There you go. The trauma runs very, very deep. Going on the side of DFM, though, we also have to point out May, because when you talk about DFM, you have to talk about May. And May is somebody that we haven't really seen the very highs as he did, last year.
I mean, he's been a superstar when DFM wasn't as strong of a team. He's put up incredible numbers in Pacific, but since DFM's become more relevant and started to get better placings, his individual stats have actually been trending downwards. Honestly, these stage 1 stats aren't horrible. Still 211 ACS, 138 AR in a game is not bad, but I think if ever there was a time for May to absolutely dominate, today is the day, because they badly need this win over the other Japanese side. Not only are you finally getting yourself a dub on the board, but you're eliminating one of your direct competition.
This game is so massive for both of these teams, like you say, for playoff contention and Japanese pride. You want to get the fans rallying on your side, because we just know how passionate that fan base is. So I think it's going to be all guns blazing today, and of course it's going to start with the skirmish.
Oh, Akame getting hyped already.
Stand up in the skirmish. That's a new meta. We're not seeing that one.
Stand up, point and laugh. You've been enjoying foot pointing and laughing.
Dancing as well. Wow.
Okay.
All right. Okay, he's getting hyped.
Okay, I mean, if anyone's going to define the skirmish meta, it's going to be Akame.
Oh, wow. The man is IRL emoting.
Absol, we gotta fire back. We have to fire back here, otherwise he's gonna dance on you again. Now you stand up. It's your turn, Absol.
Oh my God. Keep a camera on this guy, man. These emotes are amazing.
I mean, Absol's been pretty good at winning the skirmishes for ZETA so far. I mean, it has been giving them a lot of map veto advantages. So look, we'll see who's going to come out ahead of this skirmish, because like I said, I want to see one of these teams take a risk in the map veto. I am going to flip a table if I see Haven split or something like that in this veto. These teams need a win. Akame has run over Absol in the skirmish, so he's feeling very, very good, and he's on my build diff roster, so I need him to feel very good.
Oh, he's not on mine.
Oh, he's not on mine. I usually go with Akame.
Yeah.
I usually go with Akame. I went with May from the side of DFM, which is it sounds pretty safe pick, I would say, for the both of us. But we are starting on Bind, and then Lotus, and potentially Pearl. It looks as though ZETA forced DFM out of Pearl this time around.
I mean, we haven't seen Haven and Split there. Pearl has been left in, which interestingly enough, I mean, this is a case of, again, ZETA has been leaving that out of the map pool quite a lot. They've been banning it. This time they leave it in the map pool, taking a little bit of a risk and recognizing that although DFM has been picking it, they haven't been very successful doing so.
Yeah, I mean, you said you wanted to see risks. ZETA Division haven't played any 3 of these maps this stage, so it's entirely new. They are really trying to throw a curveball at DFM here.
At the same time, though, we just saw GE do that exact same thing, and
it
did not work out very well.
I was gonna say, are you sure you like this? Because I feel like this might go the same way as like the previous match. I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? ZETA might be picking into this with, solid plans, but we're gonna see what they have this in store as we get this match started. It's gonna be our second match of the day. Let's send it to the stage for ZETA Division and DFM.
there. I feel like they're in a turbulent period. They're putting their rookies in very difficult positions where they're not used to playing. They don't have those reps. I want to see them simplify things. I would kill for a Yatsuka chamber these days.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think that they just need to rediscover what was working for them in the previous meta. Yes, they can't play Yoru anymore, but the double Enir and some of the approaches that you're seeing from DFM feels like overcooked. You've got a very talented roster on paper with some of the better players from the Japanese scene. Just put them in comfortable positions and watch them thrive.
Exactly. That's why I worry that DFM is losing a bit of their creativity, because they have such young players that they're able to mold and actually hone into, you know, very, very different players. They're not locked into a certain play style yet. And I thought that that's what DFM would be able to do, but who knows? Maybe they show something different this time around.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Over on the side of ZETA, we've seen them play Neon very, very well at times. It's been hit or miss for this squad. They've shown fantastic maps of Valorant. Looked like they could have upset RRQ early on in the groups. Maybe not so much of a great second series from them, but you know, when the ZETA division is on, they are actually a very dangerous team inside of Pacific here. And as we look at the predictions, I'm not blaming the fans or the majority of the talent. In fact, everybody on the desk here backing DFM. But honestly, if ZETA comes out and plays a good game and they get in comfort roles, Absol gets going on the Neon, I could see them win as well.
It's closer than this for sure. I just think all of us leaning towards DFM. In my mind, it's because I think if there's ever going to be a game for May to activate, it's right now. We will be seeing him on that Waylay. On the side of ZETA division, though, it's that Neon Waylay as well that they keep going back to time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a mirror, and this is a lot of comfort rolls on both sides. You see both Sugar Zero and Cess on the Brimstone. Sky for XTL and Yatsuka is an agent they both pilot well. The big outlier for me here is Akame once again changing up his role. He's on the duelist, the secondary duelist on the Neon. We've seen him on the Enit, we've seen him on the Sentinel. It doesn't feel like DFM can kind of make up their mind. He's a very flexible player, so you can't really throw him on anything. But stylistically, it feels like DFM is a little bit all over the place, pivoting between, you know, your double Enits and now back onto a simplified double duelist of their own.
I mean, he was giving us a teaser there. He was doing the neon fingers.
He did the finger guns.
Exactly. It was in his walkout this entire time. He was telling us what he was going to play. And Akame on the neon. Now, this is something a little different. But does it mean that DFM is going to come out on top versus ZETA? We are going to find out. We're going to be stepping into bind and tossing it over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Okay, some very different looks. Akame going to be picking up the Neon as we get ready to go into the Nihon Knockout, as we're going to be calling it. I don't really know what to make of this one, honestly. Like, I went for ZETA Division, obviously you went for DFM, you're the captain of the ship. I don't think it's a very good sign that Akame is miming swimming.
Well, it's the Indonesian boat kid.
There's an implication there that the ship might be sinking.
No. It's the kid on the front of the you know, he's guiding the boats, and he's got the swag and the confidence and the sunglasses. He's got it all.
Well, what I will say is he absolutely destroyed in the skirmish. So that's
true.
If he's going to be cooking like that as he goes into this game and he plays the Neon, then perhaps DFM is going to be right as rain.
Yeah, I mean, a very kind of interesting change-up again from DFM, still trying to kind of really suss out all these roles, leaving Yatsuka on the, you know, initiator. So again, his most common role throughout his career is the scan initiator, so I feel like he can still do a good job. I have some questions about him when we get to the defender side, but I'll save that for now as DFM starts on the attack.
Well, it is, of course, a debut for that Neon. Plenty of other duelists in the backlog of Akame's play, but never on this one. So this is going to be a very interesting premiere for us, as Yatsuka saying, Absol, you are no longer on our level, which I think is a little bit bold considering the performances that we've been seeing from Absol, because he's really found his footing, even if the rest of ZETA hasn't yet.
When Absol's on, he is definitely up there among the best in Japan. But he hasn't shown us the consistency that he can constantly be that threat, that he can be a game changer in and of himself, like we see with May so often. But May's been struggling a little bit this stage. Flash does come. Oh my God, Eco.
Okay, well, Eco just going in for the DP. And it will be Akame down as Shota is able to find the opening kill for ZETA in reply. So 1 for 1. Things slowing down considerably now. Still do, of course, have the melee available. This entry onto the side. Absol tucked in behind that wall, just keeping things quiet for now. Waiting for it to drop, and on the repeat, Yatsuka has a clean shot, the one tap. Shota now trying to anchor it, but the double push out of Hookah could end up working wonders for ZETA perhaps, but no. Kaide out a little bit wider, comes up with the goods, and now it's XDL. It's the dink, but cannot find the eliminations. Shota last one standing.
This is nice work from DFM. A really nice setup here, covering a lot of bases. Finding those picks, having that extra layer with Kaide.
Spike planted.
Let's see what Shota can do. Fearsome with the pistols in his own right. But a lot to be asked of him in this 1v4.
Yeah, especially now that Cess is healed back up, so all 4 remaining players at 100 health. This would be working of miracles here if Shota is able to isolate, conquer all these, especially after getting things there through the corner. I'm just going to be backing away, playing this one safely. And with the time starting to dwindle, odds of Shota really finding value, yep, going to be taken away from him. So opening round goes over to DFM.
Like the little bait and switch there too at the end, showing some good early coordination. Some of the things I have been concerned about with May on the Waylay this season is that he has not really found, I think, the value with the dashes and the refracts to either get info or tee up the teammates. I feel like a lot of times it's him trying to dive in by himself and just be the guy, which, again, I think that's kind of maybe some tendencies of days of old for DFM. That doesn't need to be there anymore. You know, playing good little micro plays like that to tee up your teammates who are very competent behind you. Exactly what I want to see.
Stack set up on this side of the map will be the orb grabbed by Sugar Zero. Quickly rotates over into that teleporter. And we'll be able to collect both. Playing Pac-Man so far quite well on Bind. Pressing it halfway up, and Shota will end up falling as Akame judge around the corner, finding the kill. XDL dead, and that is players on the B side of the map taken down. So full rotate to come through from Zeta Division.
ZETA has to be cautious. Finding 2 players already on B, you feel like there's probably a heavy stack. Turns out they're actually rotating over right now. Could just be a TP play here for DFM.
Yeah, it looks like with Kaide scaling up as far as he has through showers with no contact, it will just be the full send across the opposite side of the map. And ZETA, I mean, they have to cross their T's and dot their I's here, make sure that there isn't a late linger. So rather than the rewrap back through their spawn, will just be the 3-player approach through market into short.
Now Showers control there. Can plant for that space. See if any damage can be done by ZETA, but with this angle being watched by a Marshall, you feel like it might be a little tricky. You do have the 2 duelists though, so.
Yeah, just died to the spike at this point, seems like, but oh, stuck on a 1. And in the repeat, Kaide will be able to find it. So that should be more than enough for ZETA to just stay tucked. However, Yatsuka, given that he's got the ghost, wants to go on the prowl. Quick check in, go there around that corner. Running right with the confirmation. Flash does end up connecting. Absol only able to find the 1. And Kaide with a second will get DFM a very clean anti-eco.
Yeah, you have to like what you see so far from DFM. Good map reads, good understanding of some of their opponents' tendencies and conditioning. So the patience here to take the pause after getting these 2 kills instead of trying to explode. I mean, the safe play, waiting it out long enough, not getting any, you know, re-clear attempts from ZETA, and so they're just like, oh, it's just TP. They're probably wrapping here if they aren't already here. So let's go over there. So good IGLing here by Cess.
Oh, Eco not sure which way to look, and that refract is not deep at all. That is shallow as all hell. And as Eco goes diving in, breaks his neck, and Akame collects the kill.
Great setup there. Yatsuka gets full value out of that Sky Flash. Shota.
Poison's off.
See if he's gonna toy with the orb. Thinking about space, but once again, Kaide here trying to hold the line. The rest of the team stacks up for the hookah hit.
Poison orb. Doing a thing.
Now, full-blown attack, ready to come through. Saturate into the back. Sugar Zero going to go pushing forward, and Nay able to flush him out up 2. XCL going to be good for 1, but that's about it. Akame finds the second in the round, the plant to come in, and that is going to be a bonus conversion for DFM.
And this is kind of the DFM that you think back to what was some of the things that were working for them in kickoff. A lot of it was just these explosive set plays they had, especially on Abyss. That was the map where it was most impressive with their ability to have these just incredibly well-designed plays. And right here, simple stuff, but it's just having that confidence to pull the trigger, catch ZETA in kind of an awkward position, coming in from a couple different angles. May is good for the landing, give you that little bit extra breathing room. Kaide's swinging in through long. The timing really nice. Beautiful.
Very clean start. Might be having to see that early timeout call from the ZETA Division camp. This is, of course, their map pick. 4 players surviving. Your anti-bonus, rather, well, for DFM's bonus, is surefire signs that there is a problem.
Just, yeah, good coordination, doing the simple things well. Fast lane helping out a little bit there. Everybody realizing there's still players in the octagon, so let's deal with that. DFM viewing party, liking what they're seeing, obviously. Kaide, a 4-0 start, looking really solid on this Viper. Having to shift roles again.
Flash out, double duelist showers approach. Saturate going to be connecting onto May, but still out to safety. So this little trap setup from ZETA Division, not going to be finding purchase. We'll just have to back out, give up that shower space at the same time. The jiggle peek comes through. May be able to lock on for the kill, especially now that XTL is scaling forward even more aggressively.
Oh,
considering that check on the swing, but yeah, noise not going to be made. Absol not going to be spotting him out.
I heard that flash, so they're pinging that out that someone's close. Hookah. Are they going to be ready for ZETA? Oh. Still in the sky.
Hello.
Hello.
They're trying to play cheekily. It's tucked up against the wall, but does eventually get found. Kaide now suffers his first death. Clean kill from XTL with just the classic. Collects that weapon. Teleporter now going to be taken. I think the rest of the team know that it is indeed safe. Seeker's going to be coming through, spotting these players on the hookah side. Overall, not really information that they didn't already have. They hear the final teleporter now. And this is going to be rough for ZETA. 5 players have pushed their way out of window, but Flashes peeled back a little bit of space for them. And Absol now dead on the arrival. Shulta gone. Nico's only able to find one more. Uncollected. Can he find some more damage? As the round does seem to be out of hand for him. Fast lane set up. Going to be around the world here. Nico checking up and over the top, dropping down. Hakame is just strafing. He's been playing around with him. Eventually will get punished. The time is gone. As Eco will be able to find a second. And Cess will put him down. 4-0 start for DFM. No one to surviving. DFM still thriving.
Yeah, a few good things in there. I mean, XDL, nothing but head on that classic. Woo! Good stuff. But then May, even though he's tasked with doing a lot of the dirty work for DFM on the Waylay. Oh, Akame, man. Gotta like, I guess it kind of makes sense. You know, Akame on the Neon, right? Dancing.
Just dance around him.
Yeah, exactly. Dancing in real life, dancing in the server.
Gotta go.
I think I see the logic now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a very good start for him thus far. Sugar Zero.
He missed it.
He never spotted him. Well, caster curse perhaps, but the rest of the team is still peeling back that pressure as Eco sending out the ultimate, is able to find one, but doesn't get the catch onto the 2 remaining players. So Shulta now in position. Here on the side, pushing forward, strafing past that snake bite. Swing the corner, the plan is committed to, swoops out, but Kaide will have him outdone. Close but no cigar. Round still goes to DFM.
Kaide still really sharp. Cess too. Pretty on point today so far. Has a couple nice trades. He's been working off of his teammates well, you know, making sure that he's there to be that second layer. Nice little smooth play from Sugar Zero. Natsuka doubles down there. Long range with the Vandal. Not expecting Kaide. He's trying to just punish the plant, see if he could delay, hoping that maybe DFM wasn't covering it. Kaide wise to the game. No flash connection this time. Deeper with it, just in case there was somebody around that corner again.
Toxin screen down.
A re-clear with some util from XDL. Doesn't find any contact. So they know that they don't have to give up this A lean just yet. But nobody's contesting showers, so it could be a little tricky.
Nico's just trying to keep attention tied over towards his Lamps position, playing Absol with that judge.
Good for the jump peek.
Oh, he's gonna go try to scale forward now, but Trailblazer will surprise him, and Absol just gonna be caught. Saturate gonna be lobbed into the cubby. Catching onto the two players, but Akame's forward ahead of that one, but a nice little set play with that orbital strike, so Sugar Zero manages to peel his back, bringing it into a 3v3. Secure sent, plant not yet in play, but Util cleared out, can now go for it. Shota slowly works his way back through market. Needing to have a monstrous backstab, but the angle is being watched. Says, however, will fall. XCL from heaven, coming away with that. Brimstone now out of the equation. Tension is tied away from Shota on the flank.
Go, go, go.
Full flash connecting. Akame going to be spotted. May as well. They know exactly where these remaining players are at. Shota is trying to get in on top of him, but Akame hits the shot! Finds himself a fourth, but Sugar Zero. Well, he's found his cape. Throws it on, but he is the lone survivor in this story. Will get ZETA on the board.
Took a lot, but ZETA gets there. Combination with the saturate into orbital strike. Beautiful stuff there, but Akame almost with the ace, almost had other ideas of his own this round. Just accelerating. DFM gets caught in a really weird spot because they lose these two back players. They have to give up so much map control, and even though Akame's ready for it, oh boy.
Last player standing.
Almost.
One enemy remaining.
May tries to go for the quick trade. Just came up short.
Toxins going up.
You got a couple ults. Post plant for Kaide with the pit.
Launching smoke.
May, convergent paths. Thought about it for a second there. Wants to wait for a little bit of contact. Was looking for the connection from the Sky Flash, I think. Then was gonna rip it, but so far, ZETA very close to the vest. Got to clear showers for Cess.
Opens him up. Plant to come through. It's going to be one away from an orbital, but there's still tons to work with here for DFM.
They should just rip the ult right now.
Considering it, and it could be absolutely huge. The pit is well going to be invested. There's a convergent path. They took it back around the corner. Stun does come through.
He went too fast.
And Absol is able to find Akame. Player advantage. They, however, find two. Holding in that Lamb's position for a little bit longer as Kaide has to tuck back out of this one. Peeks back in, and Sugar Zero is there on top of the Viper. Cess now, last one standing. But it's going to be Eco to clean it up. The Molly arriving is a little bit too late. Sugar Zero able to stick it all the way to the end, and ZETA Division will be able to find a second round win.
Trying to punish there. I would have liked to seen an extra layer behind this convergent paths from DFM. The relay bolt hits.
And on top of the snake bite as well.
Yeah, nice counter by ZETA. But I would have liked to seen another player swinging around the truck to follow this up. Give it a little extra oomph, because you know that convergent pass is hitting probably at least two players when they're that close.
But where's ZETA, guy?
I know.
Go, go, go.
We need to summon him.
Go, go, go.
Hopefully he's just running a little late. Finally able to put DFM onto an eco here.
Absol, oh boy, he's gonna go and walkabout. Kaide could just have him absolutely dead, and he does. What a shot! And he gets himself a second! Both duelists on ZETA dead! Kaide's hands, what kills to be found? Teleporter now taken. ZETA scrambling, they're trying to get themselves back into position. Another round of Seekers gonna be sent out from Yatsuka. They've got some weaponry, but this is looking to be a massive swing around here in favor of DFM.
Spike planted.
Restretch the lead, push out. Shota able to find Akame, even though he has the judge in close range. And XDL gets rid of Cess. Now suddenly 2v2. They don't have to pump the brakes, go for the heal. Yatsuka, does he push up into the pit? Yes, he does. Finds both players, but will be counter spammed down. Fight at the ready, lobbed in. Shota, oh my god. Down to a sliver, and Kaide, snappy on the draw. Gets the 3K, and DFM get back up by 4.
Well, DFM can be thanking Kaide for that round. Finds the perfect timing in the swing on the shot. Takes a little bit to track onto Eco, but gets there.
Spike planted.
Nice reactions by ZETA, very ready for those push-outs. Cess even died with an orbital strike. I was getting a little worried, but Kade plays it perfect. Snake bite timed exactly when it needed to.
But it's also just a hell of a read to have the cognizance that he might have disrespected it, that he might have gotten out in front of that snake bite rather than being locked away. So timeout call is it's DFM's timeout.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still seeing a few little things here and there for DFM where they just look a little bit off, but overall, it's just kind of coming down to who can get those util combos to connect, and at times, other than that last round, that was just Kade going crazy, but some of it's just, you know, okay, who's got the right read on, you know, where their opponent's default positions for that round are going to be, and can they get those combos to go, you know, ZETA getting the saturate into the orbital strike, and the flashes into some dashes for DFM, things like that. It's probably talking a little bit about how they want to approach these next couple rounds. Maybe looking for a saturate orbital strike combo of their own here. Very possible. Kind of depends.
Rewarded for it. Bucky clears things out as the saturate into the judge. Eco able to find the catch. Quick reflect back into the corner, now dashing out frantically as Maze dashing in. But the covering fire from DFM is just too damn good, and they have the weaponry to back this. So dust settling. It's just the one kill found, and the players healed back up the full on DFM. Eco is going on a flank around the back. Cess watches this angle, but can they actually get a catch? A lot of this pressure now falling onto the shoulders of XDL. That's going to be the gun spotted. Kill found.
Just don't give that judge anything, Cess. He's safe. So far, he's playing it good.
I mean, even with the player advantage, DFM just taking this very cautiously, not wanting to let this round start to slip away.
Last player standing.
Find that kill. Cess finds a good timing. Right as the judge gets holstered. Himself a 3K, and DFM unorthodox in the timeout call, but it ends up working a treat.
Yeah, but again, this is another round where I like a little bit of a difference in May's playstyle with the Waylay, where he's being more about that extra body, just using himself as a, you know, scan util of his, you know, as the Waylay can be with that dash and refract. Cess plays that beautifully on the backside. Doesn't give anything up over there. If Eco had the judge, might have been a little different out at that point, but wasn't expecting Cess to still be that close. Flash.
Dash in. Eco able to find damage, but again, Sky's going to be there. Yatsuka can patch that up, so they taken low, but not taken down. Now back up to full health.
One away from Akame's ult here, too. Saw what he could do with it with the first one. Explosive stuff. Just re-clearing. I just saw Cess.
There.
Maybe a bit too far. They're suspicious about this presence. Cess, can he hold his own? No. Not even too much damage going to be found there. The kill comes through. That's the orbital strike now out of the equation. May turn to the flash. Does have that refract ready to go. Wants to try to get some information. Absol going to be caught by that one. Orbital strike now to try to intercept an Akame. Diving forward. He's managed to find XDL, but not before May gets taken down. 4-2.
Last player standing.
Eco. You know, whippy at the start. Couldn't kill May, but clean after that, as he is going to more than make up for it. 4 kills for him, and a third around for ZETA.
Yeah, this one just felt a little disjointed because ZETA now taking the impetus. They're going to be the ones who want to get that momentum into their hands in the round. Use the flash early to tee it up. They re-clear the space, then they use another flash to check Hookah. I mean, really diligent stuff. So they have all this information to work with in this round. They're able to put it to great use. Top of some really nice shooting from Eco.
Bit of energy being found.
I'm out of here.
DFM's economy starting to falter a bit. Given some of the closest to these rounds. Flash not going to be confirming anything, but Akame just popping forward with the TP play from Eco, lobbing that saturate. He collects 2. Akame and Yatsuka both going to be taken down. Absol just trying to make his exit out of the teleporter. Will be able to do so safely with that fast lane. And now DFM going to be scratching their heads, wondering where the hell they can even try to take this spike.
Well, May's going to try to maybe create a bit of a distraction if possible. Nobody's seen him just yet. Just tuck in, maybe try to play this slow. He starts to scale forward, and this is dangerous.
He's suspecting the angle, though. Brings down. That's going to be shot dead, but Absol is there for the trade back. Divergent Path's going to be invested, anticipating more off the back of this one, but now Sugar Zero starting to get the information, calling for the rotates of these duelists. 3-2 with that orbital at the ready. This is absolutely doable, but never mind. Kaide strafing forward, not reading that there was going to be someone in that heaven position already. Caught completely off guard. It's over a bit of a freebie, but Seth still has some fight in him, but expecting that flank. Nico, another big round from him.
Thanks.
Yeah, just great reactions.
Maybe let's kill them before.
Saturate setup. There's no extra layer this time for DFM to watch their backs, and Eco knows it. Go in there and get 2 for free.
You're not spending your cash.
I don't like what Kaide does here in this post plant. You have that orbital strikes. You should be wanting to, oh my god, to naturally fall back. Didn't even need to hit it.
Spike planted.
You want to fall back in towards spawn, you would think. And this Princess is just trying to get to that position to use the orbital if possible, but still, Eco really doing wonders right now for ZETA. Tons of ults though.
Spotted out. Able to back away. Akame scaling forward into showers. Judge of the ready, but Trailblazer will suss him out. Clears that. Lets him know, yeah, you probably don't want to push this corner.
And yet they do.
Well, they put some util into it. Sure, the coast is clear, at least for now. Built up. Getting that shot ring out.
Just good read there from Akame, sensing that ZETA was going to want to keep creating pressure if they could find weak points in DFM. But they're going to go pushing out anyway.
If they sent the Seekers, they would get the information.
Yeah.
Players about to be in position for potentially another Saturate TP play, but not going to be seeing it here. Is trying to get a catch on anybody operating around that guard position, but since been evacuated by Shota. Rewraps back through elbow. Meanwhile, May scaling forward. They have to come through. Kaide, the check back off towards Fountain. It's going to be Eco once again to come away with the kill. And continuing to push. Shota spotting him. Backpedals is now. Overdrive is going to be popping. It's going to be Absol taking out Akame. He's trying to go in for the pinch. Meanwhile, Shota holds his own for the one, and Absol still sticking around. Takes down May to boot. Molly layered in, but Absol barrel stuffs with the shorty. Gets himself a 3-piece. And that's going to be ZETA rescuing this half. 5-7 after a devastating start.
Yeah, they really started to figure out the pace of this game. Started to find perfect moments for their traps. Their ult combos looked a little bit better than DFM's as well. Something that still has me a bit concerned for DFM is their ult usage. Yeah, that's just
preparation and great tracking from Absol made that one look very relaxed.
Yeah, Akame there trying to pinch with May, but again, ZETA a step ahead. Really just started to kind of figure out where they could place themselves to punish.
Well,
really well.
Able to run it back. 0-5 start into a 7-2. ZETA Division managed to make the half competitive. That was, of course, side selection for DFM. So let's see what this attack is going to have for ZETA. And if they can find this opening pistol, try to close that gap a little bit more. As yeah, Eco very good at the end of this one. 364 ACS thus far. It's one of those things where we know that he is so capable of this. The last couple series, here in stage 1, really for ZETA Division, it's been the Absol show. But Eco's been around the block for a very, very long time since VCT started.
Yeah, Gen G days, yeah.
Know that he's got a lot of potential, just hasn't really been able to put that on display too much. At least not since, that one day of Red Bull home ground.
Well, I mean, I think in general, you know, all this practice and kind of this sticking to this idea for ZETA is really starting to come to fruition, where their Yuto combos are starting to feel clean. Their map reads are starting to get better. Again, a little slow to start, but they got there in the long run. DFM has been so good at pistols. Can ZETA knock the wind from their sails? Kaide, like what he sees. Gotta check that corner with that wall just in case. Oh, Akame just gets dinked through the smoke. He's just drifting.
Yatsuka, of course, is in the pistol. He's got the rest of his util, so does not have that heal. So he'll just have to try to play this one out. Gets the spot out onto Eco. Trying to retug. Eco trying to find that kill, but he cannot. Absol going to be traded out as Kaide. He's able to find him with a shorty. Shota now dead. Yatsuka getting involved, but Sugar Zero. Clean headshot. Eliminates Cess, but Yatsuka still yet more gas in the tank. Go gone, the push up over the top of tube. XDL finding one. Sugar Zero getting Kaide, and now it's just May. Still working his way over. Now into Hookah to try to rescue this pistol on a 1v2.
Back in a flash.
Heals out, has the refract. Narrow one, but noise is going to be made. Tagged right before he can take that to safety. Sugar Zero with the finisher, and ZETA. They tie it up 1-1 in pistols, and now they're one away from tying it up completely.
Yeah, just a great little decision. After things got stalled out a bit for ZETA, XDL realizes he could get up on the tube, create that extra angle, because they don't want to challenge that shorty that's in tube on the ground. So go high, clear that player that's up top out. You know, May stuck on the other side, worried that they might try to make a wrap after they took a pause, but never went through. They're fired up, man. They are loud. Let's see, though. No buy up at all, just classics. We'll get a scoop of an orb at the very least, so their turn to play a little Pac-Man.
Gonna fall back here.
Kaide just tucked away in Hookah, hoping that maybe somebody would challenge the angle. ATPs.
There's a quick check into the refract. DFM are getting things rotated into the right order here. Teleporter ends up being taken. But with all of this space that Shota is gaining, start calling for that rotation to come through. But contact found. Shot's going to be ringing out. Flash still confirming presence outside of B long. Shota able to find a kill, but I think he's going to be ready for Cess to also be in position. He's not. 1-for-1 exchange. Now the snake bite going to be layered in, stopping them here at Shower. Still 40 seconds to try to work with, though. But ZETA, they're going to have to. They're going to pivot to B. They have to make the call now.
See if they commit.
Seems like it's just going to be a 3-1 split.
30 seconds
Absol,
left.
however, might just end up giving over a gun as he's frantically trying to backpedal, but he's going to get caught in the end. They have to push out quite far to be able to find it, but Spike just now is getting planted.
Spike, Hawk out.
Akame has the heal, but they're gonna have to group up first to use it. Spike planted for backside too. It's gonna be all the more challenging. Akame have to try to create some kind of space, but ooh, the charges are low. Didn't get any damage. They gotta go if they're gonna get it.
Yeah, time is starting to bleed away. Head gonna be spotted. XDL complete with that. Can't quite find the transfer, but the rest of the team will be able to pick up the pieces. 2 players surviving. Decent bit of damage dealt here by DFM, but ZETA, they find the scoreline that they're looking for. They tie it up 7-7, and now they're looking to recreate that magic from DFM, get their own bonus converted.
Oh, what an adjustment there. Got aim punched. Still managed to win it to Sota. Ooh, what a little find for XDL. Yeah, just a long-range fire there. Too much to deal with. Wanted to make sure they got the right guns. A couple of rifles. Let's see here. Akame struggled a bit in this spot, in my opinion. Something I was curious if ZETA was going to try to see if they could put some pressure on. He was getting caught by those saturates a lot from the waylays. He does have a little bit of help this round, though. A couple extra players in towards B. Meanwhile, Short wide open for the taking. You have to play retake here as DFM, maybe.
Double drop of the smokes. Oop, the check, the spot, the drop down from Eco, not wanting to overstay. Moves up the angle. Spike plant does not come through. Just a bit too much counter spamming. This does give ZETA some pause. away still yet from Akame there in showers, and it's a retap of the plant, but DFM waiting this out long enough. They know that they're not committing to this one. Smokes are going to be dissipating soon, and that's all of them committed from Sugar Zero. Poison Orb trying to offer up some cover, but feels like at this point ZETA should just commit to going for the teleport play. Have to know that there's going to be a ton of players on the rotate already. Kaide ain't going to be taken low and taken down on the swing. Sugar Zero able to find the kill, and suddenly ZETA, okay, maybe the patience is going to be playing off. Akame only able to find the one, tugs back. The heals immediately start flying through from XDL. Bite forces him away. Yatsuka arriving as the plant will be committed to at long last. It's a player advantage. Yatsuka, okay, evens up the numbers. Quick kill found, and just a stinger in hand for Shota. There's a sheriff behind this. Okay, and a weapon recovered. Slow push forward. Akame taking points, still a guiding light in hand. The peak, they peel off the angle, but Absol, he rejects it. The side in, and Akame, oh, needing to hit a monstrous transfer, and he cannot. Shota holds his own in ZETA Division, continuing to run this back now into the lead.
Yeah, man, they're so patient. They're able to take that little bit of extra space. You know, DFM's holding the line for so long, and when ZETA strikes, they just win a couple battles out in the open. And Akame is caught up on the wall there, trying to get out of dodge. It's a little bit of damage, not that it mattered too much in the long run, but just a little bit, it looks a little bit disjointed for DFM. Now they gotta get aggressive, yeah.
He's still strafing forward. Eco has that outlaw, but managed to quite catch the glimpse there. He's just taking the refract out, and now DFM starting to scatter around a little bit, want to respread the map. Shot, however, not going to be connecting. Yatsuka staying healthy. Trailblazer at the ready.
There.
Smoke does get called in. They're going to try to flash and pop out of this one. Absol needing the brunt of that, but the rest of the team are able to turn it, re-peek in, find the kills.
Too easy to read. Took too long to set up. Why would Seth smoke there unless it was a trap? It's just, yeah, one doesn't really pay off for DFM. I think if you are a little bit quicker to set up off the smoke landing, maybe you could have caught him, but it's neither here nor there.
On the entry, Natsuka spotted, dead. Eco continuing to thrive. Tiny shall fall, and that is just Akame now working his way over. A judge in hand, chance to do some damage. Not really to the economy. He'll go sprinting forward, slides in, XDL will fall, but Absol quickly trades it back before he can build up any momentum. ZETA now 9-7.
I hate making you go, go, go.
Similar run to what DFM did to start,
I mean, over the top, if you go across those halves.
Yeah.
They're running seven rounds consecutive now.
Yeah. I mean, they just look much better drilled on this map. They understand kind of how to maneuver. And on their defender side, their little trap plays were really nice once they got going, but we got to get there. It took them a while to start figuring those things out, but they have a lot of ults here. It's going to be the op in Akame's hands. But combos you could run as ZETA are very, very scary right now if you're DFM.
They're very fast on the entry. May is just off on the shot. Absol has him dead. Seekers now going forward, scouting. Finding out the players here on those rotations. Eco will just end up having to back away, giving up that space. Doesn't want to get counter spam through the smoke. But Sugar Zero, disconnected position, still has the molly in the back pocket as well as the orbital strike in case things start getting dicey. Push forward, Akame gonna be good for one. Absol dead. Shota out, rerouted, forced away by the relay bolt.
They got to keep pushing space.
Here comes the molly. Layered in. They're trying to jump. They're trying to push it back, but they cannot. That is critical time bought. As here comes the orbital strike. Is unable to try to hold this one up to half, and Akame unable to find Sugar Zero. The time is gone. Shota's here just in case. As they will back away. Eco, hands in the air. He knows he's dead. He knows he can't escape. So all players in ZETA will die, but they've got cash aplenty, and now they've got double digits.
If we communicate, we win.
All right. I would have liked to have seen DFM keep scaling off of this showers control that they had. I think that's maybe a little better way to approach this round. Because you know that they're going to be sitting post-plant deep with that orbital, and you have to clear it. They just kind of can't get that confidence that they need. And meanwhile, ZETA just plays by the book, and they're very good at it.
It's up from Akame. Get some early value. Eco taken down. Molly bouncing in to hit no one.
Well, thought that counts.
But if somebody was there,
yeah, it would have been.
They'd have gotten.
What a molly!
They'd have taken like 20 damage.
What a molly!
Still though, sight control for the moment in the hands of ZETA Division.
Spike planted.
Absol does have that overdrive should he feel the need to pop it. Akame, however, the more likely of the two. Have to commit that one because I don't think that they're going to be looking to give him any angles. They know that the operator is in hand. So ZETA just staying tucked back, not getting line of sight over. So yep, overdrive. Will be popped, the fast lane infested. May lobbing that saturate, and okay, gets the peak. I was gonna say, doesn't manage to find the catch on the util, but still gets the shot. I mean, dead by the time, continuing to tick away here is Shota. Back behind the boxes, spot up onto one, and that's gonna be the cleanup coming through. So Diffuse to be bound, and DFM at long last, able to break this massive win streak. ZETA Division were able to accrue, but they're still down by 2.
And they break it at the, if you just look at the halves, at the same round that ZETA did on the previous side after 5, so maybe this one's got OT written on it, who knows, but
it's like poetry, it rhymes.
Something like that, yeah.
Thank you, George Lucas.
The man who gave us Jar Jar Binks gave us some other great quotes. Got the, okay.
Got a wombo combo potentially.
That's what I was just about to say, but if you remember back to the last time they played this map, they done screwed it up, so hopefully this time they go for it.
Thought he was gonna have that one. Absol though, he is looking to try to drum up some interest, but Shota's able to strike Kaide dead. And now ZETA realize, or rather DFM realize, they're looking to attack on the other side of the map. Orbital strike is gonna be called in, the slow is there, and goodbye! Works a treat, says finds 3 overall, and XDL still able to get this play. ZETA needs so much more if they want to continue to stave off DFM.
Ooh, it's close. Absol gets out of there, skin of his teeth. Time to dive in. Saturate, does it land?
No, XDL gets to bypass that one. Wall falling. Thought he was gonna have the transfer there after all. It's Absol now having to try to fight his way through this one. The ace not to be, but the round win in hand for DFM. Big round for Cess. They're now one away from tying this up, making it neck and neck.
Yeah, it's much better. Convergent paths first, then the orbital strike.
Yes.
Thank you.
Don't give them the warning.
Yep. That's exactly what we get. Great little win there for Cess too. That's not easy.
Yeah.
Took him to 0. I was like, uh-oh, wait.
That is not going to speed you up enough.
Nice! Nice! Would have liked to have seen the Cess ace. Give him the one.
Right back.
I'm not sure if he's ever had one or not.
I'm not sure. Absolutely. Okay. Good catch, Shota. Just caught on that corner peak. Trailblazer ensuring the showers is clear. For now, ZETA do continue to gamble into the weaker side of the map, but weaponry obviously severely lacking. This is one of those rounds where you wouldn't have minded investing that pit as well if you can get into the post plant. Scott's stunned up, but no one pushing deep enough to actually clear him out. However, they do end up getting bogged. Sugar Zero realizing this, sprays him down with a stinger. XDL scoops up the Vandal, finds Akame, and now the Seeker's flying through as Cess will be noted. Kaide as well.
One enemy.
Pushing forward. Okay, one apiece, and suddenly XDL needed to clutch it! And clutch it he shall to get ZETA Division the thrifty.
Crazy. Looked like it should be a pretty good round, but they read these tucked in positions of DFM so nicely. Get the first kill. May even finds another. But Yatsuka tries to tuck into the corner, but oh man.
Gun barrel.
Yeah.
The op.
They also had some confirmation. They threw a flash behind the smokes, behind the tube.
Timeout.
They knew he was back, and they knew someone was back there. So Yatsuka gets punished.
And I don't know how, but we've gotten to this point. They're 2 rounds away from winning this map, and they haven't called the timeout yet.
Just Ryota trusting in his players, trusting in Sugar Zero. I mean, I personally think Sugar Zero does a pretty solid job as an IGL. I think it's just some little things here and there. Maybe, you know, he doesn't always pick up the tempo of his opponent quick enough like we saw at the beginning of this, but since then, he's done a really nice job. So far, by the way, we are perfectly mirrored.
Yeah.
We're still on pace for that.
They are sticking to the script. But if the trend continues as it has, then that does lead to ZETA Division closing out this map.
I feel like we're in a scrying mirror here or something. It's like one of those mirrors that kind of shows you the multiple layers.
Here.
Only a Bulldog for Kaide. Everyone else can get rifles. This is a crucial round for DFM to win. Makes a lot of sense why Vors wanted to take the time out there. A little bit of info, but let's see. 3 players, strong side for DFM, excuse me. Be clear, ZETA not gonna reveal his presence. Wants to try to play it safe, has that pit.
Also has to be worried that somebody pushing behind that Trailblazer, but none to be seen. It's just Akame jiggling here on this corner.
I'm out of here.
Rotation out from Cess. Quickly be able to get back in. Fast lane up, Eco dashing up and over, drop down, gets the spot out, and Absol just goes sliding right at him. Yatsuka stunned up, and Absol going crazy. Finds the 3K, and I think DFM are going to be finding themselves saving. There is no money here to try to work with into this next round. I don't think there's much of a hope of dragging back this round in a 2v5. Kaide on the peak, dead. Absol now on for an ace of his own. May running for the hills. And yeah, Absol, yep, sprint at him. Why the hell not? Go on the chase. May now spotted, saturate, going to land. Absol tucks back over safety. The read, he can, okay, May will deny. Play spoiler, but he can do nothing else in this round.
I could hear Absol on the stage. He wanted that so bad.
He really did, but all the same, May will end up dying, so it might not be the ace for him, but make sure that nothing is retained for DFM as ZETA now get up to map point.
Oh boy. Gotta win 3 in a row here. Absol, clean as hell. I would have done the same. I would have reacted exactly the same.
Yeah, you never would have gotten to the 4K.
Hey now. I've had a few aces here and there.
I didn't know we had bot games.
Hey. I had that one with the Spectre, Killjoy. Anyway.
Well,
this is, I don't know why you wouldn't use the pit in the previous round, but you know what? Sure, why not?
I just ended up having such significant numbers. I think as soon as they got the opening catch on the Akame, they were just like, we're probably fine now. Unless they get some kills in exchange.
Oh, for sure. No. Yeah. No, I mean for DFM. DFM rips their defensive pit. I would have liked to have seen it in the previous round, to be honest. That round was so important.
Just end up biting them here. XCL, not that he's super certain of it, is surrounded. Also basically face-to-face with Kaide in that pit. Judging him, Makame could absolutely do wonders here for them, though. He's going to slide into the corner with a refract out, but still finds a shot on Absol. What was that?
He already
animation cancel, basically, but okay, DFM still yet some fight in them. This flash, remember the presence of Sugar Zero here at Showers. Make the best out of a bad situation, grabs the orb, but spike drop. Needs to find the kill, needs to find that orbital, and then needs to find value off the back of that. They are once again going to be chasing into the judge. Turn to that one, and Akame able to find the kill. Sugar Zero will get the ult in death. And it looks like DFM will get another shot and running this back into OT.
They get the next two, we complete the mirror. That's all I can think about right now. It's just been wild. But I mean, ZETA this time just kind of falls for some of the tricks and traps that DFM has set up. The judge is the judge. So he tags up Absol there. And then I mean, Absol was on like 10 health. But I don't know how he got the gun to go that quick. But
Clean stuff, though. But you can see it's a little bit quiet in the DFM camp. They know that there is a lot of work that they still need to do. And give themselves a bit of a buffer, but to win these out.
He's going up on the truck.
Trailblazer to scout. We'll just clear that, backs away, sending out that saturate, trying to slow up the approach. No splits, goes over towards that shower side, but Kaide completely unnoted here within this smoke. Just lingering in, and the pin's going to be invested. XCL, barrel stuff to take it down, but showed the quick number 5, and Eco found. May comes away with the kill. The convergent paths considered for a moment. Pit raised up meanwhile. Brimstone's about to collide. And if he can find this kill of Cess, can take down Sugar Zero. That's the molly and the orbital out of the way. And he will. Sugar Zero was wary about it, but just not prepared. Now suddenly, Shota and Absol, last ones standing.
Spike planted.
A 2v4 to try to end the map.
Trying to save the ult.
Absol has to be so cautious. He's just...
Gun barrel.
Yeah, an inch away. Showing that gun barrel. Akame will start making some noise.
It's gonna drop.
Re-wrap, re-clear. Through lamps, push to the backside. Absol able to find one. Cess eliminated. He goes, bring around the Rosie. Absol having to do it all. The overdrive now. Pop, the slide out. May taken low, taken down. And suddenly it's a 1v1 with the time starting to bleed away. And this is it. It's over. No hope in hell, no time to work with. ZETA Division off the back of another monstrous round. A Red Bull clutch to finish it. They will close out their map pick a bind 13-10.
Well, Absol has come to play again on the Neon. Taking over him and Eco, the double duelist for ZETA. Explosive on their agents. Just really good understanding of some of these rounds on how to counter what DFM is trying to do, how they're trying to set up, and they find their moments to strike. Absol in particular. A couple great ideas on the Neon. That one right there, absolutely bamboozled. I'm frustrated though. The ult usage for DFM is still really shaky. Yeah, we got the one combo, but the convergent pass there is in your hand while they're in the pit right after the spike's planted.
Yeah.
That's when you should throw it, when you have that confirmation and just storm in there.
I'm glad you went with shaky. I thought you were going to use another word that starts with SH.
Well, I wanted to.
I mean, a big shocker for DFM after such a clean start to just open the floodgates for ZETA. Allow them to basically perfectly recreate their own massive win streak into closeout on the map itself. Big performances from the duelists on ZETA Division. And if that continues, then we could be seeing a really rough time for DFM on their pick of Lotus.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, they could just keep playing this if they want the Neon Waylay.
I would assume.
They just stick to it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, we'll see what they do assemble before that map, and DFM are going to be able to find their footing. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk to break down all of the wild action from that bind.
ZETA Division taking the first map of this series. Yes, the score was very, very close, but DFM earlier had a big lead over ZETA. It's just that ZETA, when their backs are against the wall, that's actually when they come most alive.
It looked like they were going to run away with this from the start of the map, but ZETA Division clawed their way back in. Incredibly impressive resilience from this squad, even when you think they're down and out. The double duelist comes in kicking. Very impressed by ZETA Division. You know, they've kept this map in their back pocket, not had to play it yet, pick it into this series and look very confident.
Yeah, we've seen them show some good stuff on kickoff. I think some of that which found them success over in kickoff is kind of something that backfired a little bit on their defense. I think DFM was a lot better at winning some of those scrappy fights. This game really was the tale of two attacking sides, and I think ZETA had the better of the two. Fantastic game from Eco. I think he dragged them kicking and screaming through a lot of those defensive rounds and had a lot of impact. Pretty good Neon debut from Akame there, but I think ZETA, the macro is really what wins them out a lot of those attacking sided rounds and allows them to actually come away with the win on their map pick here.
Yeah, and we saw Absol as well. I feel like he had a lot of pressure on him for this map because when they won, you saw him like stand up and like suddenly breathe, and Shiota and Sugar Zero run up and hug him, and they're like, "It's okay, man, it's okay." So you kind of wonder what was going through his head at that point, because you can tell that he really wanted this when he was quite loud and then up and shouting and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams feeling the pressure. This is an immensely important
Match found. Watch anyway. My crew is coming through. We got my 4 friends, then 5 of us, that's 9. And we're stacked.
Shadows traveling.
Right there. Up you go. Dizzy's down. Nice.
Reloading. Enemy spotted.
Flash.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Got him.
Stealing sight. Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Phoenix, our little star. Keep that furnace burning, okay?
Let me show you how the boss does it. Bunch of guys mid. Cover going out. I can work with that. Cover taken out. One down.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I'll outshine all their radius.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's blind their scouts. Here. Found you. Deploy destroyed. Enemy spotted. You're probably afraid. My eyes are down. Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. 30 seconds left.
Want more? Sorry, buddy, it's over.
Keep yourself together. You can't fall apart now. I need this.
See you on the other side.
Joke's over! You're dead! Watch your eyes!
Done.
Last player standing.
That's done. My burden never ends. Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Run, little man. Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets. Blow him up, Mosh.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
I will take back what is mine.
Can someone buy me? Please? Appreciate it.
Go plug those holes, guys. Shadows traveling.
Get out of my way!
Bunch of guys B. Tripwire destroyed. Look sharp.
Thrash is ready.
Alright, my ult's ready. Scatter.
Spike planted.
Up and away. Smoke's resonating.
Enemy spotted A. Stealing sight.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Right here, right now. I'm sorry, but this is shit. Trust each other, that's all.
begins. Cover
Smoke's
going
up.
out.
Camera taken out. I'm concussing! Come on, let's go! Target down.
Where is everyone hiding?
Careful now.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Going up.
If anyone needs an energy boost out there, I got you.
I need this.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it. Saving. Let's go.
Cover going out.
Dizzy's up.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Go get him,
Spike down, B.
Who's on you, little homie?
Last player standing.
She's all done running.
Spike planted.
Watch for my tech, everyone. If I throw it left and you go right, I can't heal you. Or hurt you, for that matter.
Fire in the hole! Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there. Saw you, Mosh.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Long.
Will they try the same old tricks?
I need this.
remaining. Spike down B. Last player standing.
Sound is everything on the battlefield, so listen for noises. You'll hear though. Need a drop.
I need this.
Don't hold back.
Shadows traveling.
That's a concuss.
Watch your eyes, big. Come on, let's go. Watch your eyes.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
Get out of my way!
Mosh pit.
Spike down A.
My ultimate is ready. Where is everyone hiding?
Reloading. 30 seconds left.
Shadows traveling.
Careful.
Shadows traveling.
10 seconds left.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
Need a drop.
This is it. Get those guns.
I need a drop. I will find you. I need a drop.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Someone's mid. You're out. Careful now. Someone's B. Someone's B.
I'll take it.
Someone's mid.
Fire in the hole!
Here's a heal.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Team ace. Switching sides.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Spike's here. Someone's B. Disappear.
Right there.
Drop the spike. Leave the spike. No, you don't.
Right there. Right there.
One enemy remaining.
You're done.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
Now, where to set up shop?
Cover going out.
Going up. Enemy spotted. B. Dizzy's up. Dizzy has targets. Enemy spotted. Saw you, Mud. Smoke's up.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike planted.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing. Clutch.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
I need this. I need this.
Can someone buy me, please?
Thank you. Thank you.
I got you, bruv.
Thank you. Thank you.
Reload him. Someone's B.
Shadows traveling.
Watch your eyes! I'm up. Someone's A.
Enemy spotted B, stealing sight.
Silence. My ultimate is ready. Watch them run. Joke's over! You're dead! Spike planted. Careful now.
Last player standing.
They keep trying to silence us. We keep talking.
Cover going out. Cover going out.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. Hey.
My ultimate's ready. Careful now. Flash! What are you doing?
Someone's A.
One enemy remaining.
Come on, let's go!
You man ready for a light show?
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
This one's for the fam back home. Shadows traveling.
Joke's over! You're dead! Embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like that.
Last player standing.
Sit down.
One enemy remaining.
I'm good for 3. Get him, wingman. Dizzy's up top. Rash is ready. Watch my tech, everyone. If I throw it left and you go right, I can't heal you. Or hurt you, for that matter.
No.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Spike down A.
What? Got spike.
Get out of my way!
Careful now.
Someone is A.
Put down.
Watch your guys, A.
Watch your eyes.
Foolish. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
My ult stealing sight. Spike planted.
Watch your eyes.
That's a good cut. I'm concussing.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Don't hold back.
Cover going out.
No sweat.
Watch them run.
Dizzy's up. Someone's there.
Going up.
Saw you,
Come on, let's go.
One enemy remaining.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic.
Thank you.
Nowhere to run!
Enemy spotted. Shadows traveling.
Run, little man! I got the spike.
Going up. Flash! Someone's B.
Enemy spotted B. Cover going out. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down B.
Remember, wipe the pins from your guns. It's just good currency etiquette.
I can buy.
Okay, buddies, focus up.
Cover going out.
Fire in the hole! Joke's over! You're dead!
Shadows traveling.
Right here, right there!
Someone's A.
Enemy spotted. Dizzy has targets.
Spike down A.
Got spike.
Scatter. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes! Flash!
No charges.
That's it, break time.
Gun here.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Reloading.
Cover going out. Watch them.
Up we go!
Going up.
Somebody's there.
Watch your eyes!
Spike down B.
Get healing.
One enemy remaining.
There. That's a concuss. Oh, no charges.
Match point.
I saw their desperation. Let's use that.
Can someone buy me? Please? Appreciate it. Turn it up.
Shadows traveling.
Cállate.
Cover going out.
It's all you, little homie.
Going up.
Hit.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Hell yeah. My crew delivers.